Good evening and welcome to the June 17th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummins, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you. My screen is not working. If someone from IT is here, I cannot see the names on the screen. We'll stand for the invocation followed by the pledge to the flag. We'll have a moment of silence. Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Nope, Captain Drake. Thank you so much for your service this evening. My paper says something different. Any presentations and announcements this evening? I do want to announce that June is Pride Month and we celebrate Pride and want to make sure that everyone is aware of an upcoming event. On this Saturday, June 22nd, Drag Down South will be hosted here at City Hall from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Bring your lawn chairs, coolers, and join us on the steps of the East Point City Hall. Again, that's this Saturday, June 22nd, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. We are a diverse community and we celebrate our diversity and want to make sure that we are celebrating that diversity in a way that embraces all of our community. And so Pride Month is a time that we recognize and celebrate the contributions of our LGBTQIA plus community, but also a time that we light up City Hall to commemorate the Stonewall riots. And so just want to make sure, Mr. Brown, that again this year is towards the end of the month. Our Economic Development Department usually coordinates that, but that we light up City Hall in pride colors to commemorate the Stonewall riots. Any other presentations or announcements? All right, moving on to committee reports. Do we have any reports from committees? The HR committee met and we are looking at the evaluation forms for our direct reports, as well as the processes for that, and the grievance policy. And Budget and Finance Committee has met as well and will meet again tomorrow at 6 p.m. here at City Hall to continue to look at our budget and finances, our variances, and things of that nature for our different funds. We actually have an item on the agenda tonight, and so as it relates to chairs of those committee, I think at our next meetings, maybe those chairs will be selected. Can I get a motion to adopt the council agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
motion to adopt the council agenda.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is approval of city council minutes from the June 3rd regular meeting of the East Point City Council. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
motion to adopt the regular council meeting from June 3rd.
There a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is approval of the minutes from the June 10th meeting of the East Point City Council. Is there a motion?
Madam
I meant
Mayor,
work session, I should say.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Shropshire.
motion to adopt the council work session meeting from June 10th.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
I have a question. There's two June 10th.
Yeah, the clerk indicated that was a clerical error. They tried to update the agenda before we started. So it's really only just one.
Okay.
Thank you for that. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is public hearings. I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Hartley to read the rule for the public hearing. Because we have a zoning and then we have 2 alcohol licenses, I'll have you read the rule for zoning first. We'll go through that hearing and then we'll go to the other 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor indicated, these are the rules for the public hearing for a zoning matter. Public hearings before the city council shall be conducted as follows. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. The presiding officer will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the city council. Staff will then be called upon to present the planning commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or the applicant's designated representative will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers, provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of the allotted time for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify him or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the city council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
Thank you so much. Can we get a motion to open the public hearing on the ordinance to amend the official zoning map of East Point, Georgia from R1 Single Family Residential to RT Residential Townhome located at 0 Old Fairburn parcels 14F0038, LL0218, and 14F0038, LL0192. Case 2022 RZ 001-06.
So move.
There's moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. I will now call the planning and zoning staff to present the recommendations and an overview of the item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, fellow council. Good evening. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. In reference to case number 2021 RZ-001-06, property located at 0 Old Fairburn Road. The applicant is Anastasia Arena. And the request is a rezoning case, seeking a rezoning from R1 single family to RT residential townhouse. The development is for approximately 41 townhomes. The property has 2.66 plus or minus acres on one parcel and approximately 7 acres on the other one, for a total of about approximately 9.5 acres total. Staff recommended approval with conditions. Planning Commission also recommended approval with conditions. This property is located in the character area of the future land use map of growing residential, which provide for strong residential neighborhoods, identities, improving development of the neighborhood character. We're going to get to the recommendations in a moment. Staff's recommendations and Planning Commission's recommendations were the same, which was a recommendation of approval with the following conditions. The first condition, Planning and Community Development Department shall have administrative oversight of approval of the proposed design standards, including the building elevations shall vary in style and design, composed of brick, glass, stone, stucco, or any combination thereof. The corner units shall be brick. The building elevation shall be staggered to have articulation throughout. No two buildings shall have the same architectural design. Condition number 2, there shall be an opaque privacy fence where property abuts single-family residential. Condition number 3, the project shall have sidewalks, open space, and buffers. Condition number 4, the property shall provide for a site plan with proposed amenities identified and labeled. Condition number 5 states a noise study shall be completed prior to land disturbance permit, building permits, and/or plan review applications are accepted. The noise study shall read as traffic impact study. Condition number 6, the applicant must provide enhanced landscaping and lighting plan to be approved by the arborist and the planning community development staff. And those are the recommendations of both staff and Planning Commission.
All right, thank you so much. Madam City Clerk, if you can, once the applicant or their designee starts speaking, start the clock for 15 minutes. At this time, I'm gonna call up the applicant or its designated representative to speak. And the 15 minutes is total for those in favor, and there'll be 15 minutes for any who oppose.
Oh, shoot. There. Okay. I apologize, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Now that we've got the technological difficulties, I am resolved, I'm ready to start. My name is Linda Dunleavy. I represent the applicant in this case, 245 North Highland Avenue, Suite 235, Atlanta, Georgia, 30307. The project before you is called The Soul at East Point. It is a proposed modern townhome community. With me today are also Anastasia Arena, who is the developer. This is a small family-owned business. Her husband, Anthony, maybe you could sort of identify yourself, and Cameron, the daughter, are here with me today. There are also people here from the community who are in support of this application. They are either residents of the city of East Point or they own property in the city of East Point, and I would ask those people to please stand. Thank you. You may be seated.
If you could pause the clock just a minute. Could the residents stand, please? Those who are residents.
Of the city of East Point.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead and start the timer.
So we met with members of the Lakeside Preserve and other points of the East Point community before this evening. We have letters of support from several members of the Lakeside community and other residents of the city of East Point. Hopefully they are circulating amongst you. I handed those letters to the clerk for circulation before the start of the meeting. I know that there are at least 5 more letters that were submitted directly to the Planning and Community Development Department. The people who are not represented in the documents that are being passed around are Corey Hall, Cherie Taylor, and I only know the first names of these 3 individuals, Tim, Roger, and Mona. For some reason, their letters of support got lost in the ether and didn't make it into the packet. Regrettably, it appears that none of the support letters were included in the council agenda packet originally, nor were documents submitted by the applicant on May 31st via email. I do understand that that's been rectified as of a few hours ago, but I have submitted a hard copy of all of that additional documentation for the record. The property is currently zoned R1 and could theoretically be developed for up to 18 single-family detached homes on large lots. However, due to the severe topography and other environmental features, realistically, the developer could probably only get 10 to 12 homes on this site. This is not economically viable. The costs of developing this as a single-family, large lot residential community as it is zoned would not work. The development costs would exceed what she could experience in selling the homes within that subdivision if it were developed for large lot subdivisions. And more importantly to my client, it would require mass grading and clear cutting of all of the trees on the site to develop it as zoned for those single-family units. The applicant decided to go another way and pursue the objective of what you see on the screen: green development, modern beauty, healthy living, and the development of an anchor community to give people a sense of place within this community itself. As such, she seeks to rezone this property, which is slightly less than 10 acres, from R1 to RT. This is our project that you see on the slide above you or in front of you, depending on where you're sitting. It is designed as a contemporary, eco-friendly 41-unit townhome community with estimated starting price points of $475,000 to $525,000. She is going to offer 3 to 4 bedrooms with 3 baths, 2-car garages, and rooftop living spaces. She is also going to develop walking and bike paths adjacent to these units, exercise zones, and outdoor gathering spaces. Here is the location of the subject property in yellow, identified as the Soul at East Point. It is immediately to the west of Lakeside Preserve and to the northwest of what is now being developed by D.R. Horton as a single-family detached subdivision, which ultimately I understand will be comprised of 102 homes with price points starting in the low 300s. We believe that this is a much more exciting development and something that East Point needs, rather than the cookie-cutter subdivision that you see D.R. Horton is developing. This development, and here is the conceptual site plan on the screen above you. You can see, if you look to the right of this slide, the entry off of Old Fairburn Road with a rear entry driveway. You see in white the 3 buildings of the townhomes arranged along that drive. At the end of this slide on the left-hand side, you see what we had hoped to provide, which was an amphitheater, a dog park, and some other amenities. That is now going to be all green space. All of the trees in that area will be preserved. So that conceptual part there is incorrect. We can alter the entry if that is something that council desires. I know that I've had some inquiries about placing the entry closer to the middle of this development, and that would appear to work, and so we're certainly willing to consider that. As you can see from the site plan, the units will be surrounded on all sides by trees, and on the south side by a significant stream buffer and a stream. The clustering of these townhomes allows the developer to save significant stands of trees. She will be saving all of the trees along the Old Fairburn Road frontage, all of the trees, as you can see, in the rear of the property adjacent to the buffer. She will be saving the trees that were once occupied on the left-hand side of the slide, and she will be saving along the east side the buffer there. To the south of the homes is community space, which will consist of a gathering space for the community with an exercise zone, a walking trail, and a bike trail. The next 2 slides show how this development takes advantage of the topography and makes it unique, and how we can avoid mass grading and massive clearing of this property. If you look on the lower part of the slide, you will see how the topography slopes dramatically from the street. In this particular case, the property slopes approximately 130 feet from the street to the stream off-site, and roughly 10% of the subject property has slopes exceeding 30%. Most developers would look at this and take a pass and say, no way, I'm gone. This developer sees it as an opportunity to build a beautiful, eco-friendly development that takes advantage of the topography and sets these units gently on the existing slopes. The other thing that this development accomplishes by taking advantage of the slopes is when you're on Old Fairburn Road, you will see very little of this development because it will be down gradient and protected by a large buffer of trees. The product proposed, you can see in the next 3 slides. There are 3 different types of townhomes proposed here. They are all modern and contemporary, but these will be offered to the future residents. This is concept 2. Sorry, I guess I should go back. Concept 1, concept 2, concept 3. Green building practices will be incorporated throughout the community. These will include energy efficient insulation, lighting, plumbing fixtures, solar tiles, energy efficient glass packages, and earth-friendly building materials, electric car chargers inside each dwelling. There will be no encroachment into the buffers, the floodplain, or the wetlands on this property. And all of these concepts will be offered with the amenities that you see on the screen that I've already spoken about. The proposed project is consistent with the City of East Point comprehensive plan. It is within a residential growth area, as Ms. Smith has alluded to in her presentation to you. The traffic impact on this adjoining streets will be minimal or nominal, as the traffic engineer has identified in a report that's been submitted to council. It will only generate between 16 and 21 vehicle trips during peak hours, and substantial documentation of those calculations has been provided to you, substantiating those conclusions. As mentioned by Ms. Smith, the staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission have recommended approval of this project with conditions. We have absolutely no problem with those conditions, with the exception of what you will probably see in the staff report is a request for a noise study, which Ms. Smith explained at the work session was really a request for a traffic study, which we've already done and we've already provided. We would ask that you approve this rezoning application with the, it's actually 7 conditions on the screen. The first 5 are exactly the same as those proposed by staff. The second 2 are ones that are being offered by the applicant because of feedback from the community. We propose that one condition is that the townhome community be gated. And the second condition that we are proposing is that there shall be no short-term or vacation rentals of units within the community and no long-term rental of units within the community, except for in the case of owner hardship, and that the restrictive covenants for the community will provide for hardship provisions and expressly prohibit short-term vacation rentals. Without anything further, I reserve my remaining time for rebuttal, should I have it. Thank you very much.
Anyone else desiring to speak in favor of the request for rezoning? Anyone desiring to speak in favor?
Hey, good evening. I'm Eric Coleman. I reside at 4192 Mayapple Lane. I live in Lakeside Preserve. I am a former board member at Lakeside Preserve, and I also currently serve as a member of the Architectural and Control Committee. Today, I'd like to highlight the benefits of integrating townhomes into single-family communities and address the classist undertones of resisting such developments. Townhomes offer a middle ground between the density of urban living and the spaciousness of urban life. They often provide an affordable entry point for young families, single families, and retirees, enabling more diverse and vibrant members within the community. By incorporating townhomes, we can address housing shortages, reduce urban sprawl, and promote more sustainable living practices. Furthermore, opposing townhome development often stems from classist attitudes. It suggests a desire to exclude those who cannot afford or simply do not desire larger single-family homes that require greater exterior maintenance and upkeep. This all reinforces socioeconomic divides. Embracing townhomes not only fosters inclusivity, but also enriches our neighborhoods with varied perspectives and experiences. So let's champion diversity, affordability, and sustainable growth by welcoming townhomes into our community. Lastly, I'd like to add that the residents that oppose this type of development and live within Lakeside Preserve are hypocritical. Lakeside Preserve has 40% HOA delinquency rates. Lakeside Preserve has a community directly adjacent to the property.
What's his name?
Coleman.
Mr. Coleman. I'm going to direct your attention to, stop the time, please. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. There are speakers here from Lakeside Preserve. I'm not sure what side they're speaking on, but you just made an accusation that people are hypocritical. So, Mr. Attorney,
Well, we could strike that sentence.
we both can't
And I
talk
can
at, we
follow
both
up.
can't talk at the same time.
Okay. Are you done?
We both can, I will let you know when you can speak.
Okay.
Attorney Hartley, I just want to make sure that I'm referring to the right provisions as well as making the right caution, giving the right caution to the speaker at this time, because if the speaker refrains from adhering to that and continues, then I will have to not allow the speaker to continue.
Mayor, that is correct. Under your rules, you read the correct portion of your rules. Then the rules provide that the speaker will be cautioned first, and then if the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum, that the speaker you would not have to allow the speaker to continue to speak.
All right, Madam City Clerk, how much time is left?
13 minutes, 9 seconds.
Mayor,
Left?
for the record,
You're
can
at
I
13
correct
minutes,
the
9
city
seconds.
clerk?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam City Clerk. According to, I've been keeping time as well. Between the applicant and this gentleman, those speaking in favor of the proposal have used 13 minutes and 23 seconds at this point. So that's a minute and, just say a minute and 40 seconds left.
Thank you. You may speak at this time.
All right. So just in comparison, again, Lakeside Preserve has HOA delinquency rates at 40%. Lakeside Preserve as a community.
So can you stop again?
I didn't say anything.
Attorney Hartley, maybe you should refer to whether or not this is related, is this, each speaker should speak
providing a
only to
comparison.
we both can't talk at the same time. So there's decorum here.
Okay.
And there's order. And so I've asked you to stop speaking as I can. I've asked her to stop the clock. Now I'm going to ask the attorney, speaking about delinquencies at HOA, is that speaking to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration?
Mayor, I think it is reasonable to conclude that that is not to the merits of what should be under consideration in granting this zoning and the factors that are under consideration under the zoning procedures law and your ordinances for the city to consider. Those factors don't talk about HOA delinquency. And so I think it is appropriate to say that that is not to the merits of this particular item.
Yeah, Councilmember Cummings is giving you a thumbs up. So do you have anything else you'd like to say that is related to the merits of the zoning application?
I would just say
Decision
that
under consideration. Hold on just a moment. You can start the time and you may speak.
just as previously noted, I do think that, as I previously mentioned, that I am in support of this development, and I would just encourage the city to vote in a progressive and fair way. Thank you.
Anyone else desiring to speak in favor of this rezoning application? Anyone desiring to speak in favor of the request to amend the zoning ordinance from R1 single family residential to RT residential townhome located at 0 Fairburn parcel? Anyone desiring to speak in favor? Okay, what time are we?
Mayor, we're at 13 minutes and 40 seconds, which means there would be 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the 15 minutes.
So is that the rebuttal time?
1 minute and 20 seconds for rebuttal.
Okay. At this time, is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak in opposition to the rezoning from R1 single family residential to RT residential townhomes?
I don't need to, hear me. Okay. My name is Beth McMillan. I am a resident of Lakeside Preserve at 3914 Lake Manor Way. I am here to speak in opposition. In full disclosure, I was a former planning director for the city of East Point about 16 years ago now. And so just putting that out on the table. This is a townhome development of approximately 40 townhomes on 10 acres. The density of this project exceeds what is envisioned for this area, and as such, is not compatible with the current zoning for the city of East Point. This piece of property, this one piece of property, or two, I think she said she had 2 parcels. This piece of property will have a different zoning than any other piece of property within a half mile of the location of the development. A change in zoning to accommodate something that the community does not want will pose a threat to the fabric of this community. A statement made by the proposer was that they could develop 18, and then since the other night when they were at our clubhouse, it's gone to 14 single-family homes.
Hold on just a moment. So clearly, we're not at 15 minutes. I'm not sure what just happened.
We have used 1 minute and 32 seconds.
But I don't know if the city clerk had restarted the time because the buzzer just went out. So was that 15 minutes? Was that your buzzer that sounded, or was it with somebody? Okay, City Attorney Hartley, I'll just defer to you on timekeeping. So we're at 1 minute and 30 seconds.
We're at 1 minute and 32 seconds at the moment, so there's 13:28 left, if I do math in my head correctly.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. A change in zoning on these 2 pieces of property is a threat to the fabric of the community in the area. I would like for you to close your eyes and envision riding up Old Fairburn Road. And what you see there are large lot developments with driveways emptying out onto Fairburn Road. That was a concern that the developer expressed at our community meeting. So I'm not understanding how that is and would be different from what's currently out there. I am a proponent of density, but density has to be in the right place. And this, to me, is not the right place for townhomes. Take a drive. I went through this exercise with Ms. Ziegler today. Take a half-mile drive around the property. There are no townhomes within the city of East Point. We can't control what has happened at what's it called? No, what's the subdivision across from that?
Ms. McMillan, you gotta just speak to me.
We can't control what goes on with development inside the city of Atlanta, where they had Princeton Lakes, where they did approve townhomes within their development. But those townhomes provide transition from an office park, then you have townhomes, and then you have single-family homes. If you look at Heritage Park, which is a little more than a half mile away, let me just say that, they have townhomes, but they sit in the middle of the subdivision. They don't back up to the single-family houses on Welcome Road, is that what that is? They don't back up to those homes, and they are contained, if you will, within that development. This is entirely different. And so I would ask you to not approve this rezoning.
Anyone else desiring this?
Oh, could I do one more thing? Could I ask the people that are opposed to this development to please stand up? And those that live in East Point, stand up. And that's all of us.
Anyone else desiring to speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning come forward at this time?
Hi, my name is Shanika Allison Chan. I live in Lakeside Preserve. I live at 4197 Mayapple Lane. I would just ask that the council, pay close attention to what the last person, the last woman just said. In addition to the concerns about the density, as a new homeowner myself, first-time homeowner, first-generation homeowner, I'm concerned about what this development would do to the property, the value of our property, not just at Lakeside Preserves, but all around. Additionally, I do have concern about a traffic study. The traffic study that was presented to us at the Lakeside Preserve meeting was from 2022. It's 2024 now, and just being in the area for a few short months, I've seen a change in the traffic pattern where there does need to be some improvements on Camp Creek Parkway as well as Old Fairburn Road. And also additionally, you know, if the zoning on the land was set a certain way, when the developer purchased this, then the developer should be looking to develop within that zone instead of asking for special permission. I am fearful for what type of floodgates this would open up. If we now grant this rezoning to this developer, then there could be a slew of developers coming down the road for that particular rezoning and other types of rezoning that are not conducive to the community that has been built so far and the future of the community. So I would ask that you guys just really take into consideration the voices of the people who are in this room who stand in opposition of this and what it will mean to their livelihood and to the futures of their legacy and the values of their property and their home ownership. And also what it would look like for the community for other first-time home buyers like myself having access. Thank you.
My name is Harold Cox. I live at 3880 Old Fairburn Road. I've been in my home for 39 years. The traffic plan, when you look at ingress and egress, I'm in my yard almost every day. You're going to flood Old Fairburn Road. That's what you're going to do. The accident reports there at Camp Creek and Old Fairburn, probably the third or fourth highest accident location in the state of Georgia, folks. You need to drive down Old Fairburn Road 7, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. You got a lot of development going on past High Point Trail. In fact, there's going to be 38 additional lots on High Point Trail. Think about what that's going to do to the intersection of High Point Trail. When you hit going down that hill, it's going to be a mess. Safety of the traveling public ought to be something you could consider. My thought is to reject this. Looks like every 2 years it pops up again. Think about it. Thank you.
I'm Richard B. Allen, and I reside at 3925 Wolf Creek Circle, city of South Fulton. This is in my area, and I would just like to refer to my notes here. This is the third time this developer has come to our community to seek rezoning. 3 years ago, we opposed what she was seeking to do, to put townhouses or attachment units in an area where all single family and estate type homes are located. This is not characteristic of our neighborhood. This location can only add more traffic to Old Fairburn Road and create bottlenecking situations at the intersection of Old Fairburn and Camp Creek. Accidents would be increased on Old Fairburn Road at an entrance point to this proposed development, along with Lakeside Preserve at their entrance, which is very close to where that entrance would be. The developer have not met with us on this third occasion in that we are neighbors. So yes, we do have a concern. And I propose and recommend that you consider denying this matter because it would impact our area and it's totally out of character with what we desire. We desire to see single-family housing and estate-type homes in our area. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor and Council. My name is Judine Hurd. I live at 4000 Montego Bay Drive. That is also the city of South Fulton, District 3. I am in the area and I have a home there and have been there for approximately 43 years. I think I am against it. Primarily, it is the additional traffic. I walk the area every day. Today I did my 4 miles in that area. Saturday, Sunday, my husband and I rode our bikes 6 miles in East Point or as you go down Welcome Mall. The problem, without going too far, is definitely the traffic. And even thinking of those homeowners that have to turn into it, there would be a problem with them turning, whether it's coming north or south when you think about it being on that hill. I have not seen the latest information or what she just provided, but even with some type of, what do you call it, the lane, there would be a problem with those people, with that many people trying to get in and out. And once again, I walk it. In fact, at Thaxton, I used to take it going toward Campbellton Road, not Campbellton, Camp Creek, but we changed our direction and now go south because of that traffic and the danger involved. Thank you. Please consider it.
Anyone else in opposition? Come forward at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dama Stevenson, and I am a homeowner in the Highland Lake subdivision, which is just a little under 1.5 miles from that location. I have been a resident for 24 years in that subdivision, and I would like to make a comment about Old Fairburn Road. It's the speed limit on that road, it being a steep hill, is 45 miles an hour going down that hill. And I'm sure people go a lot faster than 45 miles an hour. Also, the street is very narrow and it's not paved. It's not further paving beyond what the paving is just for the road. So I think that makes it unsafe. And the final comment that I'd like to make about that, notwithstanding what was already been discussed about the traffic and the accidents at Camp Creek Parkway and Old Fairburn, I'd also like to talk about the fact that adding that number of homes and many more homes is going to further burden the infrastructure that we have in that area, namely the shopping centers. If you go to the grocery store at the Publix, for example, at the Camp Creek Marketplace, sometimes it's difficult to even find a parking space there. So I'm thinking that that's another reason to vote against that kind of development, because I just think that our infrastructure needs to be expanded and improved more before we add a more dense development. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. I'm Gwen Cox. I live at 3880 Old Fairburn Road. What concerns me most is property values. Have you ever rode around in Atlanta and see the townhomes that we get on our side of town? People can't park in their driveways. The driveways are just barely big enough for one car, Most people have 2 cars. If you have a teenager, you have 3 cars. The driveways are not long because, as you stated, there's only, 10 acres here. And that affects everybody's property value. When you see these apartments that look terrible because there are many cars parked outside on the street, it affects my property value. I have been in my house, as my husband said, for 39 years. This is the house that I guess we'll live in the rest of our life. But I don't want my property value to go down. I want my property value to increase. And I can't see how a condo, a apartment, whatever, a townhome, is going to make my property values continue to rise as they do in other neighborhoods. And I would like for you to consider that this area was developed for homes, for houses, and that's what it should continue to be for houses, not attached housing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Condra McGee. I am at 3731 Old Fairburn Road. A couple of things. On September 15th of 2022, the Planning and Zoning Committee was actually reviewing this same applicant as well as other applicants. And one of the things they mentioned was spot zoning. That's exactly what this is. Similar to what other people have mentioned today, this would be an anomaly for what you see on Old Fairburn Road that has a number of homes as old as mid-century, right? With the front yards that are actually recessed. This is completely different. And from Camp Creek, from one way to the other, you do not see any townhomes that have existed there. Also, as the applicant's representative mentioned, there are already 102 single-family homes that are being placed currently in that same area. Everyone's talking about the congestion and all of the accidents that happen at the intersection of Old Fairburn and Camp Creek. From my vantage point, I know more than anybody else the number of accidents that happen literally exactly at the point of entry that is proposed for this particular application. And perhaps maybe the officers in the back who get the calls for that, right? It's very dangerous because it is on a, I guess, decline, right? When you're coming on the East Point side, of course, the other side of that street is the city of South Fulton. But annually, there are a number of accidents that happen there. And so it is unsafe, in my opinion. And then also, given the current conditions of the housing market and even inflation, I'm still even concerned about the price point that has been mentioned here today. That price point has continued to increase over the years as the applicant has continued. Thank you for your time.
So that concludes the 15 minutes, and I'm just going to read the rule again to see what council desires. It says, by majority vote of the council may increase the total time for speakers provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker other than the zoning applicant. I know there are a number of other residents here, and so if that is the desire that council, East Point residents, I should say, if that is the desire to increase the time, we'd also have to increase the time for the in favor side, which would either give more time for rebuttal or more time for people who wanted to speak in favor.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we increase the time for 15 minutes so the people who oppose, which means the people who are for it, would get more time to speak. So
there's a motion to increase the time for, and it's been moved and properly second to increase the time for both sides for 15 minutes. Is that correct, Councilman Butler? It's been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Yeah, so the past 5 people for the people who are for the against side have not been East Point residents. Are there East Point residents that are against?
So everybody calm down. So for this hearing, unlike public comments where the East Point residents go first and then non-residents go last, there's no distinction between it. I see a number of other East Point residents here, and so I believe that's why Councilman Butler made the motion to extend the time, because you're right, the 5 people who spoke were in South Fulton, but there are other people here who live in the city of East Point, and within this additional 15 minutes will be given time to speak on the side opposing. Anyone will be able to speak. Let me, again, not make a demarcation based upon resident, whether or not you live in East Point or not. We'll be able to, 15 additional minutes will be for people to speak in opposition, and then we go back to the favor side and add on to the minute and 20 seconds that was left there. So there would be 16 minutes and 20 seconds. No?
Due to the technical issue with the clock, there's an additional minute that needs to be added to the in favor. So it should be 2 minutes and 20 seconds plus the 15 minutes for 17 minutes and 20 seconds.
So there was 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the favor side. This would give us 17 minutes and 20 seconds on the in favor side and additional 15 minutes on the opposition side. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Yes, discussion.
Councilmember Martin
Yeah,
Rogers.
what I wanted to clarify was the last 5 speakers, they live in the area. Old Fairburn Road is right there in the heart of the community, so they are directly impacted as well as the residents in that community. So I just wanted to provide some clarity on that, but the people, my church is down Old Fairburn Road, so although they may not have technically been East Point residents, they're going to be directly impacted as well.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Any, Madam, City Attorney Hartley, I'm gonna go back to you on timekeeping. Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition?
Hi, I'm Benay Talley, off of Gillette Road, and I exercise around the whole circle. And my concern is the same as everybody else with the traffic and the amount of new people. And if I'm in opposition to it, however, if it does happen, I want to know if they can install speed bumps to slow the traffic down, if it has to be built. But I am voting against it, that it's not built.
Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition?
My name is Makeda Morin. I am a board member with Lakeside Preserve, and I want to just reiterate what has already been said, but certainly I want to say that there is a great concern for traffic, there's a great concern for property value, and there's a great concern for the congestion that is throughout the community. Property value is a huge one. So we are asking that we do deny this request. That property was zoned for single-family homes, and we desire that it not be rezoned otherwise.
Anyone else desiring to speak in opposition, come forward at this time.
My name is Linda Francisco. I reside at 3693 Trout Lily Court in Lakeside Preserve. I want to reiterate some of the same points that the people before me spoke. There is one particular point I want to address, and that's to our council members. Whether you live in East Point or not, the quality of life is one of the most important things that we all have. Our property values, as they said, are very important. We do want them to continually increase and not decrease. Our infrastructure is very important. We've had many problems with East Point's infrastructure, with the houses that already exist. Our schools are important. Our children are important. So all of these variables have to be integrated when you were talking about changing a single-family existence to the infrastructure of high-rise townhouses. Who would benefit? The citizens or the people who come in from other communities to reside in, I should say, well, they're not residing, I should say, the people that come in from other communities who wish to make money under the efforts of saying, I will make the values better. And that is not correct. Our values will decrease. So we want you to resist this plan and keep this as a single home existence or zoning. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in opposition?
Good evening, all. My name is Rimani Kelsey Rogers. I reside at 3691 Trout Lily Court, and many things have already been said. We understand diversity. We look forward to the growth of our community, but it's our community. And so it's very important that we take the traffic, the infrastructure, and all of those things into consideration. I have 2 young children, and my elder parents live right next door to me, and my niece lives on the other side of me. So we are invested in East Point and the growth of East Point, for sure. You know, I applaud the efforts of the proposed soul at East Point. However, the proposition is not guaranteed. It's a lot of beautiful plans, but I've been parts of communities for years, especially our communities, that people come in with great plans, but don't execute those plans. And there's no way to hold them to that. There was one statement that said, to the extent of fair housing, we will prevent rentals and all of that. But what does that mean? Like, I don't know what that means exactly. And it wasn't laid out. And that's for me to research. But there's no guarantee. That may be 10%, 15%, to the extent, what does that mean exactly? So for us as a community, we have said, we have looked at, we have read, we have truly considered this green space beautiful property. But the same efforts that she is putting into the green space beautiful property for townhomes, put that into houses. That is what we desire as a community in force that's here. So please take that into consideration as you all cast your votes. We are voters, we are vocal voters, and we appreciate your consideration in this matter.
Anyone else desiring to speak in opposition? Only, sir, I'm sorry, you've already spoken, so it's only 1 turn per person. Anyone else desiring to speak in opposition?
Hi, everyone. I'm Alicia Wilson. I live at 3663 Lake Estates Way. I have been a resident of the city of East Point for the last 10 years. August 14th will be 10 years. I have been on the board and president for more than 9 years. I am not the current board, HOA board president, but I have been the president for more than 9 years. I am speaking from the concern around the quality of life for our constituents. We're a 515 home community. Right now, we struggle with street parking. Did the Planning and Zoning Committee look at such a dense area, right? Dense planned community in less than 10 acres and what street parking would look like. One of the residents in the area did mention that in these townhomes, there's not enough parking for, just 1 vehicle, not 2 vehicles, right? And so I asked, because we have concerns around emergency vehicles coming through. Who's enforcing that? Who's looking at those things? As we well know, there is a lot of communities that have streets that are not wide enough for emergency vehicles while there's street parking in there. On top of the current flow of just anytime you go on that street, I know the gentleman mentioned between 7 to 9 a.m., but nowadays it's at any point in time, there's a backlog and you're waiting and there's some sort of accident right there at that junction. And I don't know any statistics on it, but it's definitely believable because there's always something going on. Does the city of East Point have the resources to monitor and govern all of the items that planning and zoning said that they will put in place? Who is going to be responsible for checking that there's no short-term rentals unless there's hardship? Y'all are not going to be here when it's done, right? Unless you get reelected. But I'm asking as a constituent and a taxpayer in the largest community in the city of East Point.
Anyone else desiring to speak in opposition?
Good evening, Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. No, I don't live over in that area, but I have driven Fairburn Road. I have driven Lake Preserve. I've even walked it. Now, my thing is, I would like for you city councils to consider what every resident in East Point has spoken. The traffic is real. Camp Creek is real. Traffic, the infrastructure, right, in this budget, we have today, we're talking about the infrastructure. And if they're talking about infrastructure, we got legacy residents here. The lady that mentioned the senior citizens. These people have been here 30 and 40 years. So I ask y'all to reconsider, to look at everything. They come to our city, they build. Our infrastructure is not that good. So I'm imposed of that. I look at my neighbors, my residents, even where I stay at. We need y'all to kind of stand back and consider what these residents are saying. And just look at them. They just here talking to you guys, wondering what you guys gonna do. Publix, Camp Creek, riding down, it's very, very, very combusted. That's what we look at. And it's very unsafe. They've talked about the steep hill, the infrastructure, the traffic, and that's something we're trying to handle now is our traffic. So I'm opposed of that. I side with the residents of this city because I'm a homeowner myself. Thank you.
Any? Still have time left.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Jackson. I live at 3616 Lake Estates Way, which is Lakeside Preserve. You've had a number of Lakeside Preserve residents come up because it's basically considered in our backyard, in our front yard, our side yard, okay? But what I have seen in this area, and actually Atlanta area as a whole, we have many developers and builders that come in, right? But they don't live here. So while they may invest in building, right, and developing, they're not vested, right? They don't stay. They don't live here, right? We are the ones that live here. I've lived in Lakeside Preserve for 16 years. I've seen how it transitioned, in some ways good, in some ways bad. And when I look at townhouses coming in and being more condensed, that presents a problem for me. I actually visited a friend this weekend. She was in town visiting her daughter, and her daughter lived in townhomes. And it made me think about this. And what I saw is when you don't have good enforcement of codes, you see trash cans at the end of the driveway on a weekend, on a Saturday at 3 o'clock. And while we have issues in Lakeside Preserve where people do not store their trash cans properly, I can only imagine when you're in a townhome, and I was able to witness one townhome is here. This is their driveway. The next person is over here. You walk right at your door and your neighbor's trash can is right there as you're getting in your car. So I'm concerned about the quality of life, but I also question when investors come in, it's all about the revenue and profit. You're here for that period of time of developing, and then you're gone. And then the residents that are about keeping their homes up, they're left with the residue of residents that do not keep their home up. So it's quality of life, it's safety. There was an accident at Old Fairburn and Camp Creek just this weekend, on Sunday, I think it was. It was one there last week as well. So if we have that kind of safety issues where we are, when we add an additional 41, that may be more than one residence, so you take the 41 times 2 times 3, that density is astronomical. So I please ask that you reconsider and oppose the rezoning. Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition? How much time do we have left, Attorney?
Mayor, we're at 10:45, so that's 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Anyone else who wants to speak in opposition?
Point of clarity, since the time was exhausted when I was speaking previously, am I able to finish my comments? Thank you.
Let me ask the attorney that, I'm sorry. What she mentioned is the timer did go off while she was speaking, and I didn't allow her to continue when we started. I don't know. That was on me. I stopped the time and then said start it over, and I didn't allow her to finish.
I think it's perfectly acceptable to allow her to finish her statement since you granted additional time as she was speaking.
Come after her, sir. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Thank you, guys. I just wanted to make 2 more points about that. I think when the timer did go off, I was just speaking about the concerns regarding the housing market right now and inflation and the proposed price points, right? Like one of the other women said, that's not anything that we have control of at this point. And then ultimately, then who knows what will happen to the price point and then how that affects the community, as well as then will people begin to, rent out their properties. But then also, I know in the proposal earlier, it talked about the elevation and the tree line and that this would not be visible from the street. I'd like to challenge that and say that that's not the case, because currently with the property that is being built by D.H. Horton, particularly in the wintertime, when the trees lose all of their foliage, you can see clearly, you can see the bobcat work that's happening. And even currently still, because of, I guess maybe the amount of trees that they've actually already removed, that you can still see through that. So I'm not certain that we will not be able to see this townhome property. And then lastly, just the consideration around the environment in general. And so they showed the aerial view earlier, and you guys were able to see the amount of trees that were in this property previously. But because of the 102 properties that are being developed, all of a number of trees, obviously a significant portion of that has already been removed. And so that is a consideration, right? When you're just talking about even wildlife preserve and air quality and things like that within this residence, particularly in the wake of environmental injustices. So I just wanted to mention those things as well. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Sir, you were coming forward if you want to come at this time.
Okay. Well, I'm Kevin Taylor from 3959 Beaver Dam Court and Lakeside Preserve. Since y'all wanted people from East Point to speak, I'm just going to keep it simple. Some parts about the aesthetics of the neighborhood. When you're on the south side, we always have mixed, you drive through the south side, a lot of it, you drive one neighborhood, you go another block, it's kind of ugly. So these townhouses just don't fit our community, and it will create more traffic because it's like 40 units. And if you try to leave on Old Fairburn Road in the morning, you can't turn, you can't go straight. The lanes are just too small. So I'm gonna keep it simple, and that's it.
Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? How much time is left?
2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay. If you could write that down, we're going to go back to the side in favor. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Additional time has been granted. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor?
17, Madam Clerk, 17 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kayla Osterhoff, and I wanted to...
Could you state your, please?
Yes, 1541 Peachcrest Road. So I wanted to come and state my support for the proposed project and come and learn more about it, because as I've learned what Anastasia is proposing, and I have seen previous work from this developer, and also considering what this community, the current status of this community, and what I have experienced within this community. I work with many members of this community, and I frequent this area very often. Very familiar with the traffic patterns and things like that around this area. And I think what Anastasia is proposing here will really contribute significantly positively to this community and what the community members need and what would help to expand the community. So I feel that it will bring much needed diversity and economic development and opportunity to this area, as well as perpetuate growth and the evolution of our community, which is ultimately, I think, what everybody wants. I'm also attracted to the modern and beautiful aesthetic that is proposed with this project. The green spaces and the healthy living planning will certainly attract families and young professionals that will contribute positively to our community. All of these factors are also sure to increase property values and bring, like I said, more economic stimulus into the area to help with expansion, growth, and diversity. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Anyone else who'd like to speak in favor? Anyone else who'd like to speak in favor? Ma'am, are you the applicant?
I am. May I speak?
So at this point, I'm gonna turn to the attorney. It's the applicant or their designee. So are we going into rebuttal at this time?
I think that might be a question for the applicant's representative as to whether or not this is part of her rebuttal.
Assuming that there's no one else who wants to speak in support, then yes, we would want to move into rebuttal. I just don't know if there's anyone else who wants to speak in support.
Anyone else other than the applicant who would like to speak in favor? Okay. So at this point, we're moving into rebuttal.
Good evening. I am the Anastasia who's been rejected last time. I was not here due to a different set of circumstances, so I'm here with you in person. I listened to the body that showed up here today in opposition of my project. I am unable to speak in regards to other developers and the poor experiences that the city has experienced with other developers. That would be inappropriate, and I do not have those facts. I can only speak about who I am and what I do and what I would like to do with the specific property. I've purchased it a little while back. I did a look at your comprehensive report, actually looking forward to expanding into a different product and bringing more constituents that would actually settle down and become the taxpayers. And this project seemed like a really great idea because it would allow me to put a really nice green project together that would inspire many others to do the same. This is also a smaller townhouse community, so it's a palatable size and will allow us to bring a real high quality product and also stand out and show what we're capable of and what we should be building. Anybody who does what I do should now build green. It is irresponsible to do anything else. One of the exciting pieces about this property is that I like the grade. I actually encourage the difficulty of this plot because I'm able to put a road on the inside and be very secluded from the rest of the neighborhood. And I believe in my presentation, I have showed factually, actual facts, what the grade will look like and our visibility from Old Fairburn Road, including from Lakeside Preserve. I've also highlighted areas we do not control. D.R. Horton has cleared significant amount of land behind us. They cleared everything they could. They only left what they didn't have ability to take out, which would be within the stream buffers. So the one positive thing, we do have a stream buffer between us, which allows us to, well, doesn't allow us, we have to build within 75 plus feet away from each side. So that creates solid 300 feet, bad math, solid about 200 feet if you look at the size of the stream, which will have green space and stream buffer in the middle. Now from Old Fairburn Road, you will only see the first track of townhomes. Afterwards, our grade is so steep that you'll actually lose visibility. And all of the trees along Old Fairburn Road will remain. It is a very important part of our brand to build green, to stop deforestation, and to integrate living in the trees or living in your actual habitat, meaning it's actually really good for your nervous system. It's there's a lot of health benefits. There are a lot of benefits to the environment. And while everybody talks about building green, nobody does. And here I am standing in front of you, ambitiously, followed what was written by many very smart people stating, hey, we're losing demographic of 22 to 44. We're losing that demographic, they're just not anchoring in. So this type of product, which is appealing to generations and older generation, that is not gonna go there because there's a lot of people who prefer a modern product, a lot of glass, allows for a lot of natural light, rooftops create additional exterior space, green cleans the oxygen, also creates natural noise buffers. So there's a lot of positive things about what are we offering. This property is zoned as R1. Based on the size of my lot, max that I'm allowed to do without having speaking to my engineer is probably no more than 18 homes due to the actual grade of the property. That doesn't mean I actually build them. It will be economically not feasible. The other downturn of me developing this into the 14, 12, whichever I can fit on there, is I would have no choice but to clear. I will have no choice but to clear the lots and grade them down because of the actual grade of the property. So putting also 14 driveways on Old Fairburn Road is probably a lot less feasible. We did complete a traffic study that was completed 2 years ago as we were asked. We have spoken to an engineer who has completed that traffic study. Not much has changed. We are nominal to our community. While I've heard the residents who have been here for a very long time, and I do absolutely respect their opinion and their actual experience, the way we are designed, we're not the problem. We're not the problem. We are a solution for many other things. This is a last buildable track. It's a very narrow property. It has a very steep topography. It is designed for a very unique product. I will speak also on the property values. A product like mine, and respectfully, does not include probably even 50% of the amenities that I'm proposing. If you do look at my work, everything I've built has been built to these standards. I have turned neighborhoods from, I brought a lot of value to neighborhoods, Druid Hills, Decatur, other areas, where if you need any more information of who I am and what I do, I will happily provide that to you as to speak to my character and the work that I want to put out. Values, we have a city on the other side of you guys, which is, we have Hapeville, we have a lot of other towns near the airport within similar proximity that are selling a significantly lesser product for the price that I've put on the actual slide. These are real numbers. Per square foot, I will be raising everybody's property value if I am sold. I would also like to come to this body and explain that it will cost me millions of dollars to develop this. I'm not in the business of throwing money away. I believe in this. So it's not like we're walking in and this is somehow this magical thing and we're just guaranteed a win. We have to take a lot of risk. We have to invest a lot of money. And then, as you can see, I'm also at a certain age. I'm trying to have a long career and specialize in green build product. With that, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. I'm here to stand in front of you so you know who you're actually working with. Brought support with me. I did meet with many residents at Lakeside Preserve. I've walked the neighborhood. I've got a lot of really positive feedback. Those individuals, I do not like put people on the spot. They've sent the letters of support. Cannot force anybody's hands to show up. Usually it's hard to get people here on Monday at 6 o'clock. But if I believed that this community did not want this product and did not need this product, I would not be shoving it down anybody's throat. I believe that this community wants it. I have heard it from constituents, your constituents. They would love it. They would live there and they would ask me, when are you going to start to build? They may not be able to vocalize and stand up and advocate because that, I don't get rezoned. There could be other ramifications for those residents. That said, if it wasn't something that's good for the city or any city, I wouldn't be here standing in front of you today. Not all of us are bad guys. There's a lot of good guys who develop. We're not big. That allows us to do a lot of different things. We don't have a lot of red tape to go through, so we're still passionate and we're activists. We want to see this world a better place, and we care about every generation. We care about the elderly who are in the community who will not have younger community to support and pay those taxes. And how do you anchor those who simply do not have a property that they can purchase because it doesn't fit either their style, their needs, their time? Single family homes are great. I live in one. I own more than one. I love them. I also know how much maintenance it is. And every weekend I'm cleaning something in my own personal yard. I'm pressure washing my roof. I'm fixing a leak. I'm doing something. Not all of us are equipped to do that anymore. So yes, there's a huge body of people who would love a single family home. Great. Cutting that grass is a lot of work. Making sure your neighbor's property is equivalently maintained as yours is a lot of work. Allowing for communities like ours, quality communities. Again, I cannot speak for those who've promised one thing and under-delivered. I have shown you what I'm proposing, which is quite expensive. Look, you will witness this in a lot of expensive areas. You'll witness this in buckets. So this is a quality product that we're bringing into your community that a lot of people want, got excited, and asked us for the phone numbers. With that, I yield. If there's any questions, I'm here to answer to the best of my ability.
Yeah, this is not time for question and answer. Does your representative want to come in for?
Mayor, just for the record, there's 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I just want to try and touch on some of the talking points that were raised by the opposition. First of all, the comprehensive plan for the city of East Point, which is a multi-page document that takes many, many, many years to get into shape and adopt, provides that this area should be a residential growth area. Ms. Smith touched on this at the beginning of the staff recommendation and identified what a residential growth area includes. And a residential growth area in the city of East Point's comprehensive plan includes single-family detached products, single-family attached products, townhomes, condominiums, apartments. This is all part of the city of East Point's vision for this area. It further visions diversity of housing product. I think there was one speaker, I don't remember who it was, it may have been Ms. McMillan, said you can drive down Old Fairburn Road and all you see are single-family detached homes on large lots. Well, the comprehensive plan recognizes that diversity of housing product is important in the city of East Point to continue its vibrancy, its economic stability, and its economic growth. The densities contemplated in the comprehensive plan for this particular area are 6 to 10 units per acre. What we are proposing is 4.12 units per acre. In general, out in this area, you will find these large lot subdivisions, including D.R. Horton, tend to be 2 to 3 units per acre. We are proposing 1 unit, 2 units per acre, more than that. It is just a drop in the bucket, and it is consistent, absolutely 100% consistent with the City of East Point's comprehensive plan. What we propose is not a threat to the fabric of the City of East Point. Rather, it is improving the fabric of the City of East Point, creating a more interesting fabric for the City of East Point, rather than just large expanses of single-family lots, single-family homes on large lots. I'd like to address the traffic concerns. While I do understand that traffic living in Atlanta Metro is always a source of frustration, I think we have to rely to a large extent on the professionals for a less than emotional evaluation of the traffic. That's why we hired a professional engineer, to take a look at this traffic, to quantify it, to come up using standard methodologies to determine what kind of impact this development would have on traffic. There are currently, well, back in 2022, there were more than 6,600 trips per day on Old Fairburn Road. This development, according to the traffic engineer, would contribute no more than 262 trips per day. A single-family detached subdivision built on this property would contribute approximately 190 trips per day, and that's what it's already zoned for. This development is not going to make or break the traffic problems on Old Fairburn Road. They predated this proposal. With respect to property values, I would like to point out that the closest property in Lakeside Preserve to the proposed development is separated by more than 500 feet, separated by woods, separated by a stream, separated by a 150-foot stream buffer because you have to have 75 feet on either side. And that's the closest property in Lakeside Preserve. To deal with property values, one of the things that you do as a developer is you propose conditions, which is what we have proposed. One of the most critical conditions that we've proposed, which we think will have a significant impact on maintaining property values in the area and enhancing property values through this project, is to have a prohibition on any short-term rentals in the community that we are developing, and having no long-term rentals except in the case of hardships. I think one woman questioned what the heck did condition number 8 mean, and I kind of appreciate that. I apologize for the legalese. But every development is subject to the Fair Housing Act to a certain extent. The only reason I put the language in there saying to the extent permitted by the Fair Housing Act was an acknowledgement that the law may change. Right now, the law allows us to prohibit rentals in this townhome community. And so to the extent that the Fair Housing Act allows us to prohibit rentals in this community, that is a condition we are proposing, with a very standard exception, which you will find in most communities, which is what happens if a property owner falls on hard times and can't continue to pay their mortgage? Are we going to tell them you can't rent your property and keep your property up by having a renter come in and help you pay that mortgage? No, we're going to have a hardship provision. Most communities do. Lakeside Preserve doesn't even have prohibitions on rentals in their covenants. So this is actually an improvement or an enhancement over what Lakeside Preserve has now. With respect to other issues of property values, Anastasia, as she stated, did extensive research on this particular location, this particular product, spent a lot of time and money preparing pro formas to see, hey, is this economically viable as a 41-unit upscale townhome community? And she would not be here for the third time wasting your time and wasting hers if she did not have the data and the reliable information that shows she can get these price points of $475 to $525. Also helping property values is to keep deforestation at a minimum. She's not going to come in here and clear cut like D.R. Horton did the Oakhurst Glen. That's not going to happen if this project is approved. She is going to make certain that there is a light touch on the environment over these 10 acres, and that improves property values. That's what people want in their community. They want trees. I don't think that beep was for me.
Yes, that was for you. Your time
It
is
was
up.
for me. Okay.
Yes. Your time is up.
Thank you, and I do just want to
Get a
hand up
motion
these
to
two.
close the public hearing, please.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action on this item?
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we open the floor for discussion and possible action for the proposed zoning change.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open.
Ms. Smith?
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you walk us through staff's recommendation and the plan and zoning recommendation?
Yes, I can. Scroll. That's okay, go back. Go back to where you had it. In reference to the Planning Commission and staff recommendations, they were the same. The first condition, they recommended, first of all, it was approval, recommendation of approval with multiple conditions. Would you like to go through the conditions or?
I think for me, and I'll let my colleagues discuss, I want to know what was the reasoning why they said, yes, this is okay? Like, what were their thoughts and their discussions?
In reference to the comprehensive plan, staff and the Planning Commission, I mean, we look at that as part of the decision and recommendation, looking at the criteria points that are included in the staff report, but specifically in reference to the comprehensive plan, the future land use map designation is growing residential. And it allows for a variety of housing types, which would include single-family home, residential homes, multifamily. And that would basically get you to the approval because this proposal is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and growing residential land use category.
Do we know what the square footage of these proposed townhomes will be compared to the square footage of the D.H. Horton properties? Do we know what the square footage of those homes are?
I do not.
Okay, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
And thank you so much, Madam Mayor. So in a full moment of transparency, I'm going to be voting no. And I have listed the reasons why I'm going to be voting no. And the first reason is in 2022, I was sitting just out there in the audience when this first came before council, and all of council, or the majority of council, I don't know how the vote went, but it was in favor of the people that came before council. But the number one reason is it should be for the judgment that was put on us by the developer who stood here for a 12, 13, 14 good minutes telling us about what the neighbors in this community wanted, and these people live there. So like that should be the number one reason why I'm voting no. But I'm going to ask this council to listen to the people that live there. What's new? Like, where is the traffic study? I did get the email that was composed of about 6 sheets of paper, but there was nothing in there concrete that mentioned the traffic study, and it doesn't take into account for the new 102 homes that are coming to the community. This packet also contained about 4 to 5 letters of support, but we've had emails. I've spoke to people that live in Lakeside Preserve community, and the people don't want it. The people that are against it far outweigh those numbers of letters that are in that packet. And we got that information on Sunday, which was Father's Day, from the representative about 7:35 p.m. I also wanted to state that if this was Jefferson Park, Egan Park, Williamsburg, Meadowlark, East Washington, or Frog Hollow, or the many other communities and their residents that didn't want this type of development, we would stand in the gap for those people and vote not to support this project. It's 40 townhomes on 10 acres. The density of this project exceeds what is envisioned for the area. The ordinance clearly states it is for single-family homes. As a resident that lives in Heritage Park, I'm sure back in 2003, it was a great idea. Let's put townhomes and single-family homes in the same community, but we are having a time with the townhomes that are currently occupying our community because the rental rate is excessive. It outweighs almost the majority of people that own the single-family homes in my community. It doesn't match with our current land use and the city or the zoning codes. And I said it reminds me of Heritage Park, where we have a high number of rentals in that community. We should not vote to rezone this property because a developer wants us to. What about the residents that chose to make East Point their home? And a few months ago, we voted against the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation for the Willingham community because we stood in solidarity with a member of this council. The real questions are, why won't this developer build single-family homes, which is what the property is zoned for? And what will the area look like in 20 years? Traffic, infrastructure, and the quality of life. We need to stick to our own zoning ordinances. So I can just say, in this moment of transparency, I'm going to vote no. We have a room full of residents and people that are going to be directly impacted by this development. It's clear to me, I see them, and I am just hoping that council does right by the people that are in this room and the people that will have to ultimately live in this area.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, is the staff's recommendation, is it compliant with state law?
I'm sorry?
The recommendation that staff made for the approval of this project, is it compliant with whatever the state law, what state law would, I won't say mandate, but just, are we in compliant with the state law with regards to making the approval from this, of this project?
Planning Commission made the recommendation, and that would be in line with the Georgia State Zoning Procedure Law, where the Planning Commission is required to provide recommendations to this body, City Council.
Okay. So my question, my next question would be for the city attorney. Is there any potential legal impact if we choose to vote, if we choose not to vote for this project moving forward?
Is that something that can be considered in our decision?
It's not particularly relevant to the decision. My response to questions like that generally is, as we generally know, anybody can sue anybody for anything at any time. And then you go to court and figure out whether or not it was a valid lawsuit or there was a valid reason. I'll give a very brief example. I represent several cities, as you all know, and one of my cities was sued over an injury for a road that did not incur in its jurisdiction. yet we were sued for maintenance of a road that we have no jurisdiction over and had to go defend it. So the answer to that generally is yes. I mean, either action you take could potentially result in litigation from either side.
Thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I remember this when it was before us in 2022. And I remember there was some heartburns when asked about the size of the property. And I remember you saying, I think you had issues as well, but because it was what planning and zoning recommended and the commission recommended, but there was some questions and I wish we had the verbatim minutes. But let me say this, I'm gonna always listen to the people. So my vote is gonna be against it. You know why? Because time and time again, developers come here and they put out this red carpet is what they're gonna provide and what they're gonna do. And in the end, it's the resident that always end up suffering. And I know it was mentioned that there were people who spoke that were not residents. Well, let me say this. Nobody had a problem when the lady came and spoke who lived in Duluth. I looked it up. That's Duluth. So at the end of the day, these people are going to be affected by whatever comes in their neighborhood, whether because the cities are so close by. You can step over on one side and you're in Atlanta. You can step over on the other side and you're in College Park. So you have to consider what they say. They live in this community and they know what they want and they have spoken and they said they don't have, if you're gonna build homes, and I think this question came up. It was about homes because I remember asking how many homes can go on that lot. And if I'm not mistaken, you said about 10. I remember this conversation back in 2022. So I'm gonna side with what the people want because at the end of the day, they have to live over there. They have to, whether they see it or don't see it. And always remember, the attorney is always gonna go for whatever their client is paying them to do. So she's always gonna be for her client. Nobody never asked, where does she live? What does her area look like? Is it townhomes around where she lives? No, they're probably secluded, away from everything, but they always want to come and build and want us to take whatever they have, and we're supposed to just go along with it. No, we want the same thing, respect and quality of life. Thank you.
All right. Order, we gotta keep order. Councilmember Mitchell. Attorney Hartley, your light was on, was that from earlier? Councilmember Mitchell.
I would say this, so just sitting here listening to everyone speak, without this project, like we don't know if this is gonna pass or not. I think the bigger question is, what I'm hearing from you guys is it's a high accident area, high traffic. If this passes or not, the biggest question is, how are we going to rectify this? We can't blame it all on something that's not there yet. So how can we as a council?
Got it. Hold on, Councilmember
right.
Mitchell. Just want to remind everyone, one person at a time. We can't have outbursts from the audience. Go ahead, Councilmember Mitchell.
So this, like the bigger question is, if this doesn't pass, how can us as a council help you guys rectify the situations that's going on in your community now? If that makes sense, because quality of life seems to already has been affected. And like somebody mentioned, speed calming devices, speed bumps. These are all things we need to look into, I think, whether this passes or not. Now you.
Councilmember Freely.
First, I want to say thank you to everyone who's here to speak. That's always incredibly appreciated and valuable, and I know it's a lot of time for you to take out of your evening, so thank you. Thank you also to the applicant for a very thorough presentation. One thing I just want to point out, almost every month at these meetings, we have items on the agenda regarding corporate-owned housing and squatters and so on. So my point here is single-family homes don't necessarily guarantee that you aren't going to have challenges in a community. So I don't think we can just put all of that weight on townhomes. There's a townhome project that's being developed across the street from my home. And this was a single family neighborhood originally, certainly because it's the oldest neighborhood in East Point. So, things change. I think this sounds like a really quality project. So it's sort of the sort of thing that I would like to see more of in East Point. So thank you again.
So I'm going to stick to the zoning decision, and as it relates to this being a growth area, if we intended it for it to be a residential townhome growth area, it would be zoned that and not the current zoning of single family. And so there is a zoning on the property. An applicant is not entitled to a rezoning. It is an option that council can consider, but this is not that the applicant can't build. The applicant wants to build what the applicant wants to build. And when we talk about, again, this being a growth area, that doesn't say growth area with a different zoning. If that's the case, why didn't we, in the update to the comprehensive plan, change the zoning on this property? There's the character of this neighborhood is not one of density. We do have a number of other zoning districts and areas within the city where more density is allowed. And so from a zoning perspective and a zoning decision, I just wanted to put that on the record because applicants are not entitled to rezoning. There's a zoning on the land, and that is a zoning that this council has placed on the land per Georgia law, state law, constitution that gives us the ability to make local zoning decisions. And so this request to rezone to build something that the applicant prefers, that is not in line with the character of the homes in the surrounding area, again, is an ask and is not something that the applicant is entitled to. I will also say thank you to everyone who came out tonight, and to the people who live in the area. We understand the impact, and so you coming to speak, again, our rules do not allow me, as it relates to zoning public hearings, to separate residents from non-residents. It is whomever wants to speak during that time, and we've heard from both this evening. There is, trying to see if I had any other notes. The traffic study in 2022 did not contemplate the 102 units that are currently being built right next door, right before this development, which would mean there'll be about 142 additional units that the traffic study did not take into consideration regarding the congestion and the other traffic concerns and safety concerns that were shared. And so I'm going to end with that. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would like to say thank you to all the people that came out to speak. Your voice deserves to be heard. From the people who may not be here, who had emails sent to us too, your voice deserves to be heard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a couple of questions of the applicant and the staff, because from what I heard from the residents, there are a few major concerns. The first one that I really had not thought about, which is a problem, is street parking. You know, if someone parks on the street, do we know if street parking is allowed? Because that street is too narrow to have anybody park on the street, and it's too busy. Is street parking allowed? Do we know?
So,
On Old
Mr.
Fairburn?
Brown, I'm assuming that, I'm not sure, Councilmember Butler, that's a zoning question for whether or not that's allowed.
What street are you referencing, Fairburn?
Old Fairburn.
Old Fairburn, the subdivision is off of Old Fairburn. Their actual residential street is gonna be an interior street that's gonna be built interior to their subdivision.
I guess my question is, if somebody has some overflow and they decide to park on Old Fairburn, are they allowed to?
No.
Okay. So, and this is what I want to say, because first of all, Ms. Moran, Ms. Francisco, Ms. Wilson, I heard you. I really did. And this is what I'm trying to summarize what I really see about this. And I'm going to be transparent too. I think that this project is bringing Buckhead to the south side. And the reason why I think that is because it is important, because they want to do no clear cutting in their development, and that's unheard of. And I think it's a point of, I'll just give the facts. One of the concerns, which is valid, a valid concern, is it going to bring it down our property values? So I did the research out and listened to them. The property value of a home selling in Lakeside Preserve is $136 per square foot. That's a home for sale for $600,000. The square footage price of this townhome will be $258. So it will not adversely affect your property value. In fact, it will increase your property value. And that's just based upon the data. That's not me taking anybody's word for it. So I understand. So then if that's not the problem, then it seems to me a problem is it being townhomes and not single family, and it affecting the character of your life. And I think that's important for us to consider, because when you buy your home, for most people, it's their major wealth building opportunity. It's your place where you feel like, this is my piece of dirt, and this is how I provide generational wealth for other people. So I do have a concern about rentals, not only for this property, but many of you know that we have 3 companies that own 19,000 homes in metropolitan Atlanta. And it's a problem. I got a text today about squatters. So one of the things that I'm considering is, does this protect you from that problem, or does it increase that problem? And forgive me if I'm taking a more nuanced look at this, because I hear what you're saying, but I want to make sure that we address those issues in a way that, if we, this is what I fear. I think it's really bad that Horton has just clear cut all those acres, and they're going to put those houses right next to your beautiful home, right? And I think that this doesn't do that. I think that there may be a possibility, if you, in order to make the numbers work, then you have to put those smaller homes in that community that are single family, and I think it hurts you. What I do agree with my colleagues, if you live on Old Fairburn, then this does affect you. I've been here long enough to remember when there was no Camp Creek Marketplace and we would drive around. And so I know what you feel. And so I'm taking a more nuanced approach into this decision because not only do I hear what you're saying, but if this can protect you, that's part of what I'm thinking. So we do understand that the numbers say that it will increase your property value. But I'm not clear, and there's no guarantee that we can stop this from being a rental property. What protections do we have for residents that you guys won't rent these homes? Is that a question that I can ask at this time?
So ask who, the resident?
No, ma'am, the applicant.
So I'm going to turn to Attorney Hartley regarding a question about rental versus for sale and whether or not that we're getting into state law. I mean, anybody can say anything tonight. Legally, I don't know that we are required through zoning to restrict rental based upon Georgia law. I think we're preempted. I could be wrong, but Attorney Hartley, I think that's a question for him, Councilman Butler.
I'm gonna take my thing down so I can.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Butler. The applicant has proposed and consented that if you would like to add the condition, they are proposing a condition that would restrict rentals in this subdivision or in this development, with the caveat that, as she indicated, is the appropriate caveat, is to the extent that is permitted by the Fair Housing Act. As long as the Fair Housing Act, both at state and federal law, will allow that condition and a restriction on rentals, then yes, you can restrict rentals. And they have proposed such a condition.
And to my neighbors in that community, this is what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that Horton Development is going to build 100 houses and you guys going to have an additional 100 renters, and it's going to bring down your property value. That's what I think. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Councilman Butler. So if you could just, as the rules direct your comments, direct your comments to the chair and not to the people in the community, because your comments directly towards them is sparking them to want to respond to you. Per our rules, the comment should be directed towards the chair.
And that's fair, and I do hear you. So, and I think you're right too. I think I've said my concerns, and as I weigh what is good and what's best for the community, I'm just going to end right here. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I think that question came up about renters before. And if I heard you right, really you can't restrict renters, people from renting out their property. Did I hear correctly?
So the city would not be involved in the enforcement of that. That would be in the homeowners association covenants that put a restriction on rentals, and it would ultimately be up to the homeowners association and the owners of the property within that development to enforce that restriction. The city itself would not be involved in the enforcement of a restriction on rentals.
So basically, once you purchase the property, you would have to agree not to rent your property out. Not many people are going to agree to that because a lot of people are doing it for the investment. They're not going to agree to not renting out their property. They're going to rent it out. I've seen this time and time again over the past when you build townhomes. They have a townhome right off of going out 166, the other end of Campbellton Road, new townhomes. The people moved in, half of them are filled now with renters. And they are only allowed 2 parking spots per unit. So the question is, and you asked that question, Councilmember Butler, what happens when you have an event or you having something at your place? Where are they gonna park? They don't have any additional parking, so they're gonna park where they can. So once again, I hear what you're saying. And they're not saying they don't want it. They don't want townhomes. They never said they didn't want single family homes. So if they can do the single family homes, which the ordinance allows for, then build it. But to do townhomes is not compatible to what's already there. And that's what they're saying. And it will bring down the property value because you're going to have people that are buying it for investment who are going to rent it out. So they're going to end up with more renters in that area than they are with homeowners. So you have to listen to what they're saying. And yes, they did say speed humps, but that's just a Band-Aid on the problem. It's still not solving it, and you're still not listening to what they say. They said this is not comparable to their community. Thank you.
And I know Councilmember Shropshire spoke to the chair, and we still got audience participation. We gonna get there. Martin Rogers.
Yes, and all I want to say is this. If the property is zoned for single-family homes, why would we vote to rezone this property? Why can't the developer respect our ordinances? And it should be the appetite of this council to uphold our own zoning ordinances. Why can't she put single-family homes on this property? And then I still don't know where the traffic study is. The 2022 traffic study does not talk about the current condition of the community now. So there's that with the traffic study. I'm voting no. I am voting no, and I'm standing with the people of this community. Thank you.
Any further action on this item?
I just have one more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone that came out, and we do hear your concerns for the developer coming out and making your presentation. We understand all of this, but I'm just listening to everybody speak, and at first I said I shouldn't say anything, but I just want to say something. Everybody talks about renters, and I don't know if it's a taboo on renters. There are some terrible renters. I've had rental properties, and I had some of the worst tenants, but all renters aren't bad renters. And with the way that housing prices are today, a lot of people cannot even afford to purchase a home. So all they have is the option to rent. So I get what everybody's saying. I understand the heartburn. And I'm not saying build this community up and put our renters in there, not at all. But I do want to at least speak for, there are some people that just cannot afford to purchase a home, and renting may be their only option. So I'm not saying bash them. I'm not saying go in here and build this with 41 homes and make 40 of them rental properties. I do believe that there are some people don't want the maintenance of, or the headache of having to deal with maintenance of a yard. Townhomes today, that is something, it's a popular style of housing now. And you look at the 20 to 40, 50-year-olds, senior citizens they like them as well. I'm not knocking it, and I understand. East Point is definitely in need of some development. We need some development to come to the city. We can't tell everybody no. We can't. If they're going to build a good property, she came up, Miss Anastasia came up, and I think it's all about accountability. As we see this project progress,
we do need to hold her accountable. I'm sure she's going to be working alongside with people here in the city to make sure that it is what the community wants, should this item pass. But for us to just, I've not heard one good thing that people had to say about renters. And I'm sure for some of you all that are sitting out there in the audience, I don't know what, when you first moved out, I don't know if your first thing that you moved into was a home that you purchased. You may have been a renter yourself and had that attitude been placing, I think that we kind of have this stigma on renters. All renters aren't bad, but like I said, I've had some of the worst tenants and I've had some of the best tenants as well. But let's not 100% just knock the renters and say that it's going to make the property value go down. Councilmember Butler, he did some research and he looked at some items. And I think it's a quality project that she's put in here. I think we definitely need to make sure that we hold the developer accountable, because that's one thing from what they are saying here. We don't want mess in here. I don't know what D.L. Horton is going to put in here. I mean, from what I see, because I actually wrote it today before I came in. So yes, I went through and I rode through Lakeside Preserve and I saw, yes, I can actually look through from Old Fairburn Road, even into Lakeside Preserve, and I can see the path that D.L. Horton has cut through there. And I know it's going to be covered up, you know, with those houses, but there is no, from beginning to end, there are no trees. They've cut everything down that's in there. So I understand what you all are saying. And then I also see what it is that she's trying to do. From my understanding, I think it's a little bit less than a 10 acre lot that they're putting there. They're putting 41 homes on, and I think it may be six acres that they're going to actually use, because they're even leaving 4 acres of still the trees that'll be there. So I'm not saying don't be 100% against it. At least it's kind of be open to doing something, some sort of development. But if not, hey, it's fine. I understand everybody's entitled to, you know, you feel how you feel. And it's not that we are disregarding your quality of life. I do understand. We do understand. I mean, but we still want to make sure that we continue to move the city forward. I mean, and we need development in the city. I yield.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I don't think anybody is knocking renters. You can't tell a homeowner what to do once they own that property. And once that developer builds that property, that developer is going to leave. So that means that they're no longer going to be tied to that development. And yes, the city needs development, but they need smart development. They don't have to take anything that anybody is offering. You got to set standards and you got to have levels. So if you want to come and you want to build, you have to listen to what the community say, because at the end of the day, that community lives over there. I know where I live, I have 3 convenience stores on one corner. None of them was there when we moved there over about 40 years ago. And we said we didn't want it, but we ended up with 3, and then another one within a mile on the other corner. So you have to listen to what the people say, because they got to live over there. They got to pay the taxes. It's just like your community. If it's something that y'all don't want in y'all community, y'all are going to go fight for it. You're not going to want it. You're going to want the best and the best quality for your area. These developers come down here and shoot the bull every time. And then they end up leaving and we stuck with the mess. So we got to set standards. You can't keep doing this. You got to set standards. The Lakeside Preserve people said they didn't say they didn't want it. They said houses. The land can only hold 10 houses. You trying to build 41 units on a land that only holds 10 houses. Think about it. What does that look like? Come on now.
Councilmember.
Thank you. So kind of alluded to my first point. So it sounds like this has been an issue for a while. Even though this is not my ward, we do need a traffic study. I don't see why we haven't had one in the past or recently. Also, maybe a needs assessment. You come together a list of all the issues, you know, bring it to council, see what we can do. I know somebody mentioned wider streets. That might be something to look into. Speed calming devices and speed calming interventions. It seems to be a lot of accidents. We need to take a deeper dive into that. So as I said it before, regardless of this passage or not, it sounds like it's a whole nother set of issues that need to be explored. And we're here for that. So either way, that would be my suggestion. So I know this is a hot issue right now. However, I think the bigger picture is we have some deeper things we need to look into. But I yield.
So I don't see any other lights on, statements like we can't tell everybody no, we're evaluating an application that is before us and not all other considerations. This is an individual consideration. I'll speak about the rest in council comments. It's not just, it is one and single family. There's also safety and traffic congestion. To cite to a traffic study that is 2 years old, maybe more than 2 years, I'm not sure what month in 2022 it was done, or maybe it's close to 2 years. So we'll say about 2 years old. That does not take into consideration 100 units that are being built right now on the same road, right before you get to this development. This proposed development would add an additional 40 units on a 2-lane road that I just pulled out. I think it was yesterday. The walk signal light is down again. And whenever I see that, that means there's another accident that's happened. They probably should put up a rubber one at this point, but because it is constantly knocked down because of the accidents that happen at that area. So safety is a concern. And relying on a traffic study, again, that's 2 years old. And I get where we are in the posture for this, but how can we say that the conclusions that were made in that study are relevant today when there's an active development of 100 new units and this would be a proposed 40? So sticking to the zoning decisions and the zoning decision and the zoning matters at hand, I think those are things that should be considered. Is there any further action on this item? I don't see any lights.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Freely.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application for
We
the
first
rezoning.
have to waive the first reading. Be action attempted to be taken tonight because this is an ordinance per, let's see, we got a court reporter here too, so let me make sure I am accurate. Per section 2-208, processing of adopted legislation, section C. Wait, nope. It jumped around. Hold on a minute. That's not it. Here it is. It's section 2-207, form of legislation, G. Each ordinance shall be read by title at 2 different regular meetings of the city council unless such reading be waived by affirmative vote of no less than 2/3 of the council members at any meeting of the city council duly convened at which a quorum is present. Can't, hold on. Provided, however, that any zoning ordinance, assessing ordinance, or any other ordinance requiring a public hearing shall not be finally adopted until after such ordinance has been properly advertised and a public hearing held thereon. There any further action on this item? Attorney Hartley, if no motions are made tonight, what happens to this? Because I keep asking, is there any further action on this item?
So, Mayor, since this is a first reading, if there is no, it would appear on your next agenda for your second read and action on this next item or the next meeting.
There would have to be a motion of council for there to be anything. A first reading, a waiver of first reading.
There would definitely have to be a motion for first read. I think if there is no motion made, it could carry forward to a second read on your, because action has to, so since it's not a second read, it can carry forward to your next agenda as a second read.
Right, but I guess my question would be, what is authorizing this to be considered a first read tonight if there is no motion made by council?
Because we've read it, we've held the public hearing, all of that in and of itself is a first reading of the ordinance.
Oh.
And then it would move forward as the second read for approval or denial or action at your second, if you can't get a motion otherwise.
I still don't see any lights on, so I'm not able to make motions, and nor will I be able to vote.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Freely.
I just have a question about the agenda. For item 1, there is no waive first reading listed there as there is on item 2 and 3.
That's because the clerk clerically didn't put it there. The ordinance section that I just read requires a first reading. It requires 2 readings unless waived by 2/3 vote of council. That's why I read the ordinance. Hartley, let me refer to you because there's a whole lot of records going on tonight. So I want to make sure I have the attorney chime in on this. Is that correct?
Mayor, you read the correct ordinance.
It's the first time council is actually refusing to take action. Not even to just have the first reading tonight, but based upon what Attorney Hartley says, this item will be placed on the first meeting in July 1st, for the second reading in the absence of any motion or action by this council. It's the first time in 11 years that I've been here. So Madam City Clerk, if you can place this item on the July 1st council agenda as an agenda item for action.
So I had a question. So,
Councilmember Mitchell.
So the question is, are we waiving the first reading? Is that the issue now?
Attorney Hartley, if you can please, it takes 6 votes to waive the first reading. Nobody's made a motion. Correct. Attorney Hartley, if you could restate what you said previously when I asked, when no council member makes a motion and we're just sitting here, what does that mean?
Correct, Mayor. In this situation, there has been no motion to waive the first reading. Without waiving the first reading, a second reading is required. And so therefore, this matter proceeds to your next agenda for its second reading, at which time the council will take action because there has been a first and second read of the motion of the agenda item.
All right. Next up is the public hearing for alcohol license. So if you could read the public hearing rules that apply to these 2 agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. The rules considered for a public hearing. Public hearing shall be advertised per ordinance. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. Those in favor of the subject will speak first for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Those who oppose the subject will then speak for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Speakers may give a total of 3 minutes to another speaker after all those present have had an opportunity to speak. Residents will be given first priority to speak. After all residents have been given an opportunity to speak, non-residents may speak. By a majority vote, the council may increase the total time for each side on the subject to a total of 30 minutes per side. Each side will be given the same amount of time. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum.
All right, can we get a motion to open the public hearing on the application by Courtyard by Marriott requesting change in ownership for consumption on premises alcohol license?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Brown, I'll turn it over to staff for a brief overview of this item and then ask for those who are in favor or against.
We'll have Corporal Jester come up and give an overview. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the two applicants that are requesting a alcohol license for consumption on premise. One being Navid Kapadia. He's applying for alcohol license for consumption on premise of an existing business, Courtyard by Marriott, at 3450 Creek Point Drive. Kapadia is the owner of an existing business, Courtyard by Marriott, and has no history with the city of East Point. Kapadia passed the background process, adhered to advertisement requirements, and obeyed all bylaws required as a new owner. Police Department recommends the issuance of the alcohol license for consumption on premise of beer, wine, and liquor.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the request for change in ownership in the alcohol license for Marriott by Courtyard? Officer, if you all can just shift to the side for me. Thank you.
Hi, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. My name is Navid Kapadia. My family owns the Courtyard by Marriott, and I've been sitting here all evening, and I'm so impressed with the city of East Point. I grew up in Fayetteville, and I live in Fayetteville, Georgia. I went to high school and college, everything here in Georgia. For us, this business is just not an investment or anything like that. It's an investment for us to be owners in East Point. We believe strongly that East Point is one of the up and coming cities in Georgia. Not like any other operators or ownerships of hotel groups that are out there. Myself, when employees don't show up, I'm the one that's working. I'm the one that'll go in to do the front desk and things like that. So I just wanted to say that, but thank you for your time.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the application? I can't even talk right now. Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can we get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Close the public hearing.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Any further action on this item?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve.
Hold on. This is
Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta wait a first
hold on.
reading.
Yeah, let me just see something. So correct me if I'm wrong, this is, ordinance is not required for alcohol license approval. And so the clerk placed waiver of first reading and adoption of ordinance under the alcohol licenses, but those are not ordinances. They require a first reading, require a public hearing and then a decision by council by vote. Am I correct, Attorney Hartley?
That is my understanding, Mayor.
Okay, so is there any further action on this item? Staff has recommended approval, yes.
I make the motion that we approve.
It's been moved and properly seconded, discuss. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We are moving to the next applicant. Change in ownership for consumption on premises alcohol license for 4 Points by Sheridan. Can I get a motion?
Motion to open the public hearing for council discussion and possible action on 4 Points by Sheridan requesting a change in ownership for consumption on premises.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. I'll turn it over to our police officer to give us an overview of this item, and then I'll ask if there's anyone who would like to speak in favor to come forward.
Okay. Farid Azadi is applying for alcohol license for consumption on premises at 4 Points by Sheridan, located at 3520 North Desert Drive. Azadi is the owner of an existing business and has no history with the city of East Point. Azadi passed the background process, adhered to advertisement requirements, and obeyed all bylaws required as a new applicant. The police department recommends the issuance of alcohol license for consumption on premise of beer, wine, and liquor.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application? Please come forward at this time.
Good evening, Kyle Baker on behalf of the applicant, 1600 Parkwood Circle, Atlanta, Georgia. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Farid Azadi. I'm a food and beverage director in 4 Point by Sheridan.
Yeah, just brief introduction. I know it's been a long night for everybody, but just a brief background for Mr. Azadi. He's, as he mentioned, manager, food and beverage director at the hotel. He's worked at the hotel for over a year, has over 4 years in hotel management, has worked in the restaurant industry for 35 years, and has been a licensee at a restaurant holding an alcohol license in the city of Atlanta for over 16 years, with no suspensions, no revocations, no issues whatsoever. He's a very, very well qualified individual to hold this license.
Thank you. I'll see if anyone else would like to speak in favor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the application? Anyone who would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the application? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can we get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Do we have any public comments this evening? Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. We need to take action. Any further action on this item? Attorney Hart, everybody's like pressing buttons. I see you. I see you. Thank y'all.
Second.
Police seconded that we approve the change in ownership and consumption on premises alcohol license for 4 Points by Sheridan. In the discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all so much. Public comments, Chapter 2, Section 2-2002 BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
Excuse me. Up first, we have Ms. Marie Terry.
Good evening again, Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. I'm here on behalf of Joan Lau of East Washington. They're still having problem at 1268 Lau Street, and that's the Airbnb. They had a big party Saturday night, and the big party had about 30 guys out in the streets. Cars parked on both sides. I mean, we've been before you guys before with Lau, the traffic, even with Kip Academy. You know, traffic coming through. And I hope that you guys do something about the traffic because school is beginning to start. We've spoken with the Karen, which is not council anymore, about going to the principal of Kip Academy. We walked the area with Darren King, who's no longer here, about the roads. Bayard, maybe they do bottlenecking, so we need to get that changed. And also the model stop on Civil Road. I appreciate Chief Buchanan. I really do with the police. I mean, there have been police in the area down there and it's been good. But it's still a little bit bad at the model station where they ride at on Sylvan and Reed. I mean, they're still changing clothes, taking baths. That's a big problem. That's a very big problem. But if y'all can please get the traffic handle on Lau, Bayard, and Washington. That's a big, big problem. And I don't know if you guys still have the contract with Airbnb. If y'all lost it or y'all still have it, we need to do something about 1268 Lau Street. That is beginning to be very bad. You can't park on any side of the street. It says no parking on both sides because we had Jeffrey Reed to replace it. So there's no parking. But I guess, like Ms. Lau said, maybe y'all waiting for someone to get killed or whatever. But please do something about that traffic. Please, someone, please go and talk with Kip Academy School. And we would appreciate that. Y'all have a great day, and thank you.
Up next, we have Shamika Allison Chan.
To be honest, I was confused about the forum. I thought it was for the discussion around the developer. However, if this is the appropriate venue, I recently moved to Lakeside Preserve in March. And over the time that I've been there, if you're coming up on Camp Creek Parkway, going towards where you would turn left onto Old Fairburn, the turning lane needs to be extended. Cars constantly cut over into the yellow, understandably when it is full going back, but cars actually do it when there's no traffic ahead. So that is an extremely dangerous point there. Additionally, on Old Fairburn, let's say you come outside of Lakeside Preserve, you make the right, and you're gonna go right or left on Camp Creek Parkway. That needs to be a no turn on red. The speed limit there is 55 miles per hour. There's a high amount of trucks that are the majority of the traffic on that street. And so what cars are doing now, it is a 2-lane road for you to either go straight, turn right, or turn left in a left turning lane. Cars have now turned the bike lane into a second lane to turn right when they don't want to wait for the green light to turn. So I don't know what happened. I did see the street sign was down yesterday. I can't recall if it's still down, but that is a really, really dangerous intersection and something needs to be done there. And I think that it should be no turn on red so that you won't have cars creating that third lane in the bike lane. And additionally, that extension of that lane on Camp Creek Parkway.
Up next, we have Donald Jumper. Nope. All right, Mr. Willie Jackson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Willie Jackson. I reside at 2424 Greenwood Circle in East Point, Georgia. Purpose of me being here, well, before I even get into that, I'm a double retiree from the United States Army, Vietnam veteran, and I'm also retired from the Veterans Administration, better known as the VA. I have a total of 40 years between the two of them. The purpose of me being here this evening is a safety issue that is occurring in my neighborhood. In March of last year, a tree fell on my house. It cost me a lot of money and a lot of grievance throughout the whole year to get it taken care of. It was on, well, from what I understand, the city property, which is 2416 Woodhill Lane. That's adjacent to my home or residence. And the purpose that I'm here tonight, I have already cut down 3 trees. The person that lived there before sold the house. I don't know what the status is on that property. It's across a small creek. However, there is a tree, 2 trees to be a matter of fact, that are dangerously leaning over the power lines and causing great concern on my part in that in the event, and I'll give you 2 incidents, that tree should fall on the power lines, it will, I guarantee you, cause a lot of grievance for the grid of which I live in. It will affect businesses as well as the homeowners. The people in that neighborhood really take care of their property. However, this tree is leaning dangerously. I have reported it. We got an email from the city stating that it's on some sort of list and they'll take care of it. That was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, a major limb fell adjacent or across the street, blocking traffic and everything else. The city came out, and that happened on a weekend. The city came out and moved the debris to the side of the road and moved it away. This past Saturday, I was walking my dog. 10 minutes after I passed under that tree and returned to my house, a second big limb fell across, blocking the street, and is currently still blocking the street as I speak. I'm not one to complain. However, this is more than an accident getting ready to happen. So I strongly plead to you to go ahead and get these 2 trees cut down. Thank you very much.
Lastly, we have Mr. Richard B. Allen. Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
All right, thank you so much. The printed agenda indicates comments from council, another clerical error that should be at the end. The online agenda has been updated to reflect that we are next going to consent agenda items. Can I get a motion to
Madam Mayor.
approve consent agenda items 4 through 14?
Madam Mayor, 1 second. Can I just confirm that address that he has?
You can get it from the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 4 through 14.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Our next agenda item is Home Serve USA Serve Link Water Leak Adjustment Insurance Policy. We can get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action. To refresh my recollection, I want to make an assumption about tonight. We had a motion.
Motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on Home Serve USA Serve Line Water Leak Adjustment Insurance Policy.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? I need more than one person. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Brown, I see Ms. Echeverria approaching.
Yes, let's get Ms. Echeverria up here. She can brief us on what occurred at our last meeting and just update the council if you could. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. At the last meeting, we discussed the Home Serve USA Water Leak Adjustment Insurance Policy. We indicated that the entire city has to opt in to the program, and then slowly, once we phase the program into transition, people have an opportunity to opt out. For residential homes, that fee, insurance fee, will be $1.60 per month. Commercial single occupancy, $4.50, and commercial multiple occupancy, $9. These rates will include up to a $2,500 adjustment in the event that a resident has a leak on their property. That check will be cut from Home Serve to be added to the residential account. Again, last year, we had a total of $700,000 in adjustments. I think it's a burden. Some people are lucky where they're able to notice if they have a leak daily, sometimes a whole billing cycle. So depending on the type of leak, they have to be responsible for the payment of that. So included late fees, and again, now it's loss of revenue for the Water Resources Department and as well as the city. So I attached on the agenda item, the policy to be reviewed by the city attorney. And so it's attached to the agenda item.
And so tonight, I think it was, we were gonna make the decision to go ahead to allow you all to do the opt-out option for everyone so that you can start getting the documents together. Am I correct? Is that what we talked about?
No, we discussed doing a public information campaign before you agreed to sign the policy itself.
Right, before we agree to sign the policy itself, but like, I thought we had to take action to start that whole process. We wouldn't be finalizing the agreement or the resolution because before you start a communication campaign with the community about this option, that we need to at least say move forward and explore so that you have the authority to start having the community engagements of exploration about this option, this specific opt.
That is correct. I need some type of motion to go ahead so we can go ahead and proceed with that. Now, I talked to Home Serve. Until the policy is adopted and signed off, I cannot use their logo. So right now, the approach is new program underway and explain what it does, the costs, and the anticipated rollout. And again, right now, we've already started modifying that information to be on the utility bill, inserts, social media, and we will aggressively put that out there to make sure that no form of our residents are left out of that form of communication.
Okay. Madam Mayor, make a motion that will allow Mrs. Echeverria to do the work needed to roll out.
To explore. We're
explore.
exploring now, and then we'll roll out after the community meeting.
To explore.
The opt-out option.
The opt-out option for the insurance?
For Home Serve. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does this give her the authority to go ahead and start this marketing she wants to do?
So I think, so withdraw your motion so we can talk about it a little bit more.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so I think what we're attempting to accomplish is before there's information shared with the community about here's an option, this is what it provides, this is what it does, to not make a decision to actually approve it, but give her the opportunity to explore and share the option with the community. so that when we ultimately make the decision, the community will have been informed, right? So we're not making a decision before we let them know. I think that's what we're trying to accomplish. So allowing her to explore the opt-out option and share this option with the community. So it's just an option, right? And then once we approve that, that allows her to do the public information, to then ultimately come back to us for us to adopt the policy. And I could be wrong, but I'm thinking we want to share with the community before we make the decision to actually do it. Because, you were supposed to find out if we can delay the start date.
Yes, you can. But the goal is everyone opts in. Everyone, that's the whole vote of the council now, is that everyone opts into the program. And then as we roll out the program, residents do have that option. But I need to let
They have the
everyone
option to opt out.
But just again, if they have, for instance, $1,000 water bill, you're going to be responsible for that $1,000 water bill. This is an opportunity for people to have an insurance. And again, this will cover up to $2,500. So
that was the question I should have asked for. What the question that we didn't have an answer to last week was whether or not if we do it now, we can delay the effective date. And you were able to talk to them and find out that we can.
Yes.
So all of that hodgepodge that I just said, I think I might have been, if the decision of council tonight is to approve the opt-in option or the all-in option, what is?
Yes.
Because they're not opting in.
Yes, every resident that receives a water bill.
No, but we're just including them. Is that considered opt-in?
Yes.
Okay. So approving the opt-in option for the home serve.
Serve line water leak adjustment policy.
I lost one. Oh, it's right here. The home serve water leak adjustment insurance policy. So we can make that decision tonight. There could be a campaign. We can delay the effective date. And so the decision before council is whether or not you want there to be exploratory phase and community information sharing about the option before the decision is made to actually do the opt-in, or go ahead and do the opt-in, approve the opt-in tonight, and then still have a community information phase, but the period before effective date, but the decision will already have been made before the community.
Yes, and so with Home Serve, the program rollout will take 3 months. And so the goal here is to take that 3 months to aggressively make sure that by any social media means that we inform the public on the educational piece of how it will benefit the city and the residents. But again, they do have an option to opt out.
Okay. So what's council's, do we want to approve exploring with a public information before approving, or we want to go ahead and approve the opt-in tonight and there's still the public information component?
I think the city attorney wants to.
Oh. Wow, attorney.
I'm sorry, it was green for a while. I couldn't figure it out. Madam Mayor, respectfully, I thought the question that was coming back to you tonight was whether or not the city was going to pay for the insurance, right? The $1.60, the $4, the $9. And certainly I don't disagree with anything that was said, but I thought you guys were going to be making a determination because according to the city attorney's office, we didn't think it would be a gratuity because
Right.
the city was getting the benefit. So you guys were going to decide on whether or not to go ahead and pay that for the residents as opposed to it going on their bill for them to pay because everybody's opting in. And maybe we're saying the same thing.
I think we are. So the discussion at the work session was just that. And I think after Ms. Echevarria shared the constraints on the Water and Resource Department budget and the number of capital improvements and treatment and all of those other things that's within it, that I thought we decided that we'll put on the agenda for this. We didn't decide it. We discussed putting it on the agenda tonight to approve the 160 on everybody's bill. That's what she's referring to as the opt-in. So we're saying the same thing.
The last thing I would add is that your motion should be clear that it's going to either be for residents and commercial. or just one of the, or, because there are three groups here, residential, single tenant commercial, and multi-tenant.
That's correct.
And all of them have to opt, everybody has to opt.
Yes.
Okay.
And then they have that period of opting out. At any point in time, they can opt out.
Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Cummings, and Councilmember Shropshire in. Councilmember Butler was about to make a motion. Well, he made a motion and withdrew it because we needed further clarity and discussion, so I appreciate that. But there are two other council members in, so it could be on continued discussion now or discussion on whatever motion.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we approve the vendor for the insurance, understanding that the water department will be doing the education process so people can opt out of the process.
You just approve the opt-in option.
Well, that's what they, in order for it to do that, we have to opt in, people have to opt out. I'm sorry, people have to opt out.
I think the option is called opt-in.
Opt-in.
What we would be approving.
Do we have to opt? I'm sorry, I'm thinking, and here's my motion, that we approve this vendor, understanding that everybody's opt-in, and that you have the choice to opt out, which is what the city will be doing in its education process. Does that sound like what we discussed?
Yes.
All right, is there a second? Discussion, Councilmember Sharp.
Can you also include what the attorney said, the three areas, the resident, the business, and the multi-business?
Would you like for that to?
Yeah.
You saying for them to opt out?
No, everybody is included in the motion because when we discussed it at work session, it was education, to educate the residents first. And then we would, Ms. Varia was going to look at if we can extend the date once the education piece has been laid out.
Yes, I agree with you saying.
So you're making the motion, but like the attorney said, include the residential, the single tenants, and the multi-commercial.
And if I may add this to the motion, that the fee will not be charged until after. I think that's what you're talking about. We've rolled out.
Exactly.
So it's just not something on your bill. I think that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, because it is not going to happen until after everybody is informed. That gives them the option if they want to opt in or if they want to opt out.
Yes.
Yeah, they have to opt out if they don't want it.
So, Madam Mayor, just to clean up the motion, I make the motion that we accept the vendor with the three options that was described to be communicated to the residents and not to start billing until after the residents are notified.
Yeah, but there's one option, 3 types of accounts.
Exactly. You
Yes,
gotta include all
that's what
three.
I'm describing, yes.
So the motion is to,
Can you read it off?
yes.
Okay. It's $1.60 per month for residential, $4.50 per month for commercial single occupancy, $9 per month for commercial multiple occupancy.
So the motion is to approve the opt-in option for all water accounts. The residential,
Commercial single occupancy, and commercial multi-occupancy.
with the fee not being assessed until after the community education period. Councilmember Butler, is that your motion? Say so moved.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry?
If you could say so moved. Ms.
So moved.
Echeverria helped
So
me with
moved.
that one.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Yeah,
So I get all that. We're gonna pull the trigger, we'll put the whole city in, then they have the option to opt out for those three different groups.
Yes.
They won't be billed until they find out the information, so what does that look like? Are we talking about 30 days rollout? Is it gonna be at a bill?
3 months.
3 months, okay, 3 months to roll out. Now, once we've opted into this program, let's just say we're in it and you say that we're doing it starting next week.
if they have any issues or anything, or is it in the 3 months? When does it take effect? That's what I need to know.
So 3 months from
Okay.
the mayor
Okay, so
and council
it's 3 months.
voting.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to know what that timetable looked like.
And what I could do, since it's 3 months, is I can do an update at every meeting. I mean, usually when I put anything out to social media, I always make sure that the city manager receives that information, the deputy city manager and the mayor and council members, always.
Okay.
So if it's anything that you feel that we need to tweak or we need to address, it can always be changed.
Okay, and the only thing I'm asking is, so if anybody has a water problem, an issue that would be related, that this would be applicable, that this program would be applicable to between now and the 3 months, it's still on them.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Yes, it will not take effect until we are able to move forward with the policy by the authorized city person to do that. So it's not going to take effect until we get that policy back to HomeServe.
Okay, and final question, is there a time period that they have to opt out? Or you can just, whenever you
Once the
choose
program
to?
rolled out, you can opt out at any
time,
point in
okay.
time. If you decide in 3 months you don't want the policy, 6 months, a
Okay.
year, you
Thank
can, you can do that.
I yield now.
Any further questions? Discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is amendment to the City of East Point open and close hours ordinance. Can we get a motion?
Motion to waive the first reading for the amendment for the park open and closing hours.
Second.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? We have 6 here, so that carries. Any further action on this item? Approve the amendment to it. It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the amendment to the City of East Point, approve the ordinance amending the City of East Point Parks open and close hours. I can't even talk. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Up is, you here for landscaping too?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
somewhat a part of it.
Motion to open the floor for discussion, possible action on the citywide landscape maintenance vendor contract. Is there a motion? You can just say so moved. Is there a second? No, you said second, there wasn't a motion yet. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Brown, I see Mr. Pinkett.
Yes, Mr. Pinkett, take it.
Yes.
Go ahead, take it.
Oh, okay. I know we've come to you all. Oh, first, good evening, Mayor and Council. I know we've come to you all over the last month or so about this assistance. This solicitation went out. We had about, I believe it was about 9 different vendors who actually submitted a bid to provide assistance for landscaping between Jeff Reeves and my department. We had some quotes came back in as high as 900,000. This particular group, Jeff and I interviewed Yellowstone. We felt comfortable with them assisting us in lawn care in the areas that I need assistance on, as well as Jeff Reeves. They agreed to a competitive price. Was the amount is $184,740. The first lowest bidder did not have all of their forms, so we moved to the second lowest bidder, which was Yellowstone Landscape. We brought them in, conducted an interview. Jeff and I took them out to the sites that we needed the assistance on. They felt comfortable in being able to assist us. We recently are working off of a 1-year contract with the firm that provided assistance. I can speak for myself. It tremendously helped my team out with that assistance. So we're asking for council to approve this particular vendor.
Council member comments. I think there was one other question. Go ahead.
I'm doing a motion, so can I?
I just had one question. I think the question was gonna be when, that we talked about is knowing how they're going to support what we're doing. Did you share that? Did I miss it? Have y'all worked out a timeline yet, or?
Yes, in my particular area, they'll be working bi-weekly on my spaces. Jeff has some areas in his particular area that are going to be attended to weekly. So our schedules kind of vary depending on the location,
Okay.
but nothing goes beyond 2 weeks.
All right, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And I guess these two questions will go towards the city manager because you may not have that information, but what is going to be the schedule? Like, and then, yeah, what is going to be the schedule? Number one, the schedule. And is this citywide?
This is citywide. I do not have a copy of the schedule. I'll be more than happy to provide it to you as well as the council.
All right, and this goes back to a previous email that I sent you about litter pickup.
Yes, ma'am.
If we are outsourcing our grass and this to be cut, has there been any consideration with the assistance of litter pickup throughout the entire city?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I know it does state in their contract that they will assist with picking up litter as they are cutting the grass, but who monitors that?
Staff does. So, I mean, it's a function of two things. So, if the council approves this contract tonight, this company will be under contract to perform mowing and those services that's necessary in order to keep the city clean. Staff also has a litter pickup schedule that I've seen, I reviewed, and I don't know right offhand what days and what wards and that type of thing, but it's a citywide approach to doing this.
Okay, just as long as it's a holistic approach, because I do know sometimes when these landscapers go out to cut grass, they will cut right over the litter, which leaves it an even bigger mess than
They should
what
not,
it is
they
to
should not do
begin
that.
with.
They should not do that. They should not
Okay.
do that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any further action?
I make a motion that we approve the citywide landscape maintenance vendor and contract.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is amendment to council committee's ordinance for budget and human resources committee. Is there any action?
Who is this for? Do I need to open up the floor?
This is the ordinances that were done to change the selection of chair of the subcommittees and clarify. It's either a motion open to the floor for discussion of possible action or a motion to waive the first reading, or which would then lead to a motion adoption of.
I'll make a motion to waive the first reading.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Any further action on this item? Councilmember Freely.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the amendment to Council Committee's ordinance for Budget and Human Resources Committee.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Who is that? Councilmember Butler.
Can you guys just give me a overview of what the new ordinance would be?
Attached to the agenda. Can you share my screen? Communications. Give me a minute.
Madam Mayor, I can help out if necessary.
Yeah, I'm just having them pull it up so I can see it on screen. You can share my screen, communication. Oh, it's not connected. My bad. I didn't have it plugged in. Okay, it's plugged in now. You should be able to see it. Did we, well, we just did, wait, the first reading. Did we do a motion to approve? We're in discussion on it. Okay. Councilman Butler, I was scrolling for you. I was scrolling through the ordinance for you. That's the beginning. The committee appointments. Yes. The mayor should not serve as the committee chair. Mhm.
Madam Mayor, if I can add, the other changes was that the ordinance did not provide that, that the meetings of the committees are subject to the Open Meetings Act and also to the city council rules. So that was added as well to both the Human Resource and the Budget Committee.
So I guess, can I ask a question?
Councilman Mitchell.
Yeah, so is the mayor allowed to vote on the committee chair? Okay. And that goes back to, I guess, so is the mayor appoints 3 people. I thought that was one of the stipulations, because then we would have an even number. Yeah. If the mayor votes, so 3 people, hold on, let me make sure I got this right. 3 people, me, and the mayor. So that's 4 people. I think for long-term policy, it's not a good, I don't think it's proper for us to have an even number of people voting.
Yeah, that's what I just came.
If we're gonna make these changes.
So on the Budget and Finance Committee, it's 5 people because you have 3 council members, 1 citizen, and the mayor.
Mhm. So the citizen doesn't vote.
The citizen member shall have no voting power and may not serve as a committee chair, but otherwise have the same privileges as other members of the committee. I guess that's a question I should have checked before sending this in as final, because what other privileges do the members of the committee have if not voting?
Right. So that leads me to the question. I mean, I thought that was one of the stipulations. I probably, because I believe I brought this up last time, that for long-standing policy, 4 people vote, and I don't think that's a good policy. So I would ask that we go, if we could stipulate that, and if we can amend this, because we're already changing a lot. That's why I think they had it based on council originally. However, I think for this moves forward, I think we need to take a second look at that one.
So I will say that in the current office as mayor, I've already made a decision that impacts future mayors of not serving as a chair, taking away the voting rights of the position of mayor on the committee. There's an assumption that there won't be a 4-0 vote in favor of whoever the chair is. There's an assumption that there won't be a 3-1 vote. So it's not that it's impossible to get to a chair with the mayor voting. This makes clear that the mayor is not serving as a chair, but also give up voting privileges. I mean, there's a lot of assumptions being made in that, and this has been the ordinance for quite some time.
All right. So I think the most pertinent things that would change was like it can always be 2-2. Then what? It'll be a stalemate. So I think for a long-term policy, I think that's why they had it the way they did the first time. It was an odd number.
There wasn't a first time. This
Yes,
was it.
So before, when the whole council voted on this, as per our charter, they had it so it wasn't the committee, it was the whole council. Because, and the mayor, I'm not sure if she could vote or not, but however, that's how it was set up. And this could easily go 2-2 moving forward. So I would just ask that, we take a second look at that if we can. And I would like to make a motion that I guess we will have our city attorney, or I'll ask the city manager to ask our city attorney to.
The manager doesn't direct the city attorney.
Okay,
we
thank
do.
you. Well, I would like to make a motion.
So are you making a substitute motion? Because
Yes,
there's a motion on the floor
floor
that's been moved and seconded.
I would like to make a substitute motion that we have our lovely city attorney take a second look at this and bring us back some options. Or if we can amend this portion of the, I guess the.
So your motion can only have one item.
Sure.
And you have to decide what your substitute motion is going to be.
So the substitute motion is that we make it so the mayor cannot vote and for committee chair. Because of the even number.
So there's a motion on the floor. But initially, it was to send it to the attorney. It sounds like there's a desire to make it tonight, but that motion would have to specifically say what you're amending. And so I'm not sure. I heard your intent, but I don't know that the substitute motion gets it. But there's a substitute motion on the floor to change the ordinance so the mayor doesn't vote on the committee chair. That was the motion. Is there a second?
Well, are we still in discussion or?
No, we're on a motion that's on the floor that's been moved that either needs a second or it'll fail. And then we'll go back to the original motion. Each motion can have 2 substitute motions per our rules. I encourage people to read them.
Okay, I would like to remove my motion. How about that?
Substitute motion is withdrawn. The initial motion stands.
I'd like to remove that motion.
The motion has already been moved and seconded. We're in discussion on the initial motion to adopt the ordinance.
Mr.
Per our rules, each motion can have 2 substitute motions. The substitute motion that was just attempted was withdrawn. So now we're back to the original motion. We already waived the first reading.
So if I'm correct, Mr. Freely made the motion to approve it. Is that where we are?
The motion to approve, which was seconded, and then we were in discussion on that motion.
So if I
And then
may,
the substitute motion was attempted but withdrawn.
so if I may ask Mr. Freely if we could, if he doesn't mind withdrawing his motion so that people can talk about it and weigh the pros and cons before we make a decision tonight and just revisit this on another council meeting?
So there's one option, or there could be a substitute motion that only has one action, that is that.
That's true.
Because each motion can have 2 substitutes. The first substitute was withdrawn. So I don't know, council member, I haven't called the question, but there was an attempt to make a substitute on it. I still don't think that's called for question. So the original motion maker can withdraw it. I'm looking at the pensive look on the city attorney's face. Yes. Okay. So Councilmember Freely, you can either withdraw it or there can be a substitute motion made that accomplishes what is attempted to be accomplished.
Councilmember Butler, since you brought up the suggestion, what is your preference? What is your desired outcome?
I would like to study the issue more because I think the mayor should vote, but at the same time, I do understand why he has for 4 people and you could have a tie. So for me, I would just like to study the issue more.
Yeah, that was why I was in on discussion. What, and maybe the city attorney can answer this, what would we do in a 2-2 vote in
Nothing.
that?
It doesn't go anywhere. Then there will be no recommendation because these are recommending bodies to the full city council. There will be no recommendation to the city council.
I am willing to withdraw my motion for further consideration by council.
All right. So the motion is withdrawn. No.
Rule 17 requires that after the motion or resolution has received a second, it shall be deemed in the possession of the council, but may be withdrawn at any time before decision by the request of the council member making the motion and with the majority vote of council.
So we have to vote on his withdrawal. Okay. All those in favor of the withdrawal? All those opposed? It's withdrawn. And is this going on the July work session? July 8th work session. Thank you. Next up is comments from council.
Madam Mayor. At the work, does the council want me to bring another option, or we're gonna talk about it to give me some direction?
Okay. Talk about it and give you some direction. All right. Comments from council. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I would like to make an appointment tonight, and that's going to be Dr. William Bryant to the DDA.
There's a motion. Is there a second? I think Dr. Bryant is already.
Nope, talk to him today.
Is there a second?
For me. He's on the bonding board.
Okay, thank you. I think Dr. Bryant is already on a board. No, he's already been appointed. He was on the planning commission, but I think he got appointed to BIDA. I understand, but we can either make an appointment that's not a proper, because I do recall his name coming up, or we can table it, or we can go through it, and while they're doing council comments, the city clerk can check. I'm not trying to prevent any appointment, but we can't have, our ordinances don't allow people to serve on multiple appointments unless it's like serving on a city commission and then a development authority or BIDA or something, a constitutional authority. But residents can't serve on 2 non-constitutional authority. Okay, so council, city clerk, we'll pause. Can you check? I'll search as well. It will require a motion to table. And right now, there's a motion on the floor that's been seconded to appoint Dr. Bryant to the Downtown Development Authority, which is also a joint appointment. And Dr. Bryant's name has come up for different appointments. I just need to make sure he's resigned from the previous appointments, or that we're clear that this is not violating our ordinances. So we could table if there's a motion, but I mean, I got time. We could sit and wait and I'll search.
Madam Mayor, can we table this in the effort of time? If-
Second.
It's been moved that the item is tabled, and so that will just be until end of council comments. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Madam City Clerk, if you could be researching, I'll be looking as well. Councilman Martin.
Thank you. And what I would like to do is remind all East Point residents that right now, one of my initiatives is a teacher back to school drive. Our goal is to ensure every teacher.
Communication, if you can stop sharing my screen, please.
Thank you. One of my initiatives this year is a teacher back to school drive. The goal is to ensure every teacher has access to essential supplies to kickstart the new year. The drive is going to be held for teachers July 27th. Volunteers and donations are needed. You can visit the city's Facebook page, votelatanya.com, or call 404-270-7100 for more information and to receive the Amazon wish list link. We would like to have all donations by July 15th. I would also like to thank the Lakeside Preserve community for coming out and being engaged East Pointers tonight and allowing their voices to be heard. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to send a special thanks to staff, the police department, the fire department, and especially Taffany Guthrie for the Juneteenth event that was held on Friday. I want to thank the groups that participated and the Black City Arts Council, I think the name is, for providing the artwork for the Juneteenth event. We really want to thank them because Taffany did a yeoman's job getting this organized, especially at the last minute after we lost a council member. So I definitely want to thank that too. I do want to concur with my Ward D colleague to thank all those people from South Fulton and the Lakeside Preserve from coming and having your voice heard. It's very important that we do hear your voice so that we can try to make the best educated decisions that we can. Thank you very much.
Councilman Shropshire.
Thank you. I want to thank all the residents who came out from Lakeside Preserve. And we need to be mindful of our votes. When there are things in our community, and we all have had things that we were against in our community, and we listened to what the people said, and we didn't, and some of them didn't pass. So we need to treat them the same way that we ask when there are things that we don't feel that's good for our community. And I can think of a number of things. We've just had a couple of things just this year that some of us felt very strong against in our communities. One being the dumpsters in Ward B, the other one being the cigar shop just right across the street. So we need to be mindful and listen to the resident. Just because you might think that they don't live in your community, but at the end of the day, their voice still needs to be heard. And we need to give them the same respect that we require when it comes to our area and our wards. Thank you.
I'm looking at the minutes from the January 2nd, 2024 meeting, and there was a motion made by Councilmember Martin Rogers to appoint B.J. Patrick to Cultural Enrichment, Sharon Lovett to Ethics, Thurman Roberts to Parks and Recreation, Keisha Chapman to Planning and Zoning, and Dr. William Bryant to BIDA. Councilmember Shropshire provided the second. The motion carried. So has Dr. Bryant resigned from BIDA?
To my knowledge, no, I don't have his resignation on file.
Other comments from council? Thank everyone who participated in the Healthy Point 90-day health initiative. We had over 200 people registered to participate, and people earned incentives at the 6, 8, 10, and 12-week mark. We'll be announcing those at future meetings. So thank you to the staff and to my assistant Shannon Brooks for helping to coordinate and track all of the participation in the many various activities. I want to thank all of the health providers and all of the health trainers and instructors who helped us with our fifth, I think this is our fifth Healthy Point 90-day health initiative. The 90th day was June 15th. And so thank you again so much for that. Wednesday is Juneteenth, and so it is a holiday in the city of East Point. My daughter was at a softball tournament in Kansas, so we were in Kansas from Thursday to Saturday last week. I wasn't able to attend the Juneteenth celebration on Friday. And then this Saturday, again, I want to remind you, our diversity is our strength. And this Saturday during Pride Month, we will have the Drag Down South 2024 from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. on City Hall lawn. Bring your lawn chairs, coolers, and join us on the steps of East Point City Hall for our Drag Down South 2024 event. And I feel like there was something else. And also, just again, to remind staff to light up City Hall. The date was June 28th. I think it was 1969. So we generally would light up City Hall for several days around that time. The 28th is on a Friday. So probably like the 28th through the weekend, we could light up City Hall in pride colors to commemorate the Stonewall riot, which was a tragic incident, but which is known for launching the modern day LGBTQIA plus movement, and to ensure that we're celebrating the amazing diversity within our city.
I have one more comment to your last point.
Mitchell.
So it's my understanding, even my old elementary schoolmate, William Collier, it was my understanding you're going to appoint him to BIDA? William Collier, is that you?
The appointment was made on January 2nd, 2024. I just read the minutes from that meeting.
You didn't appoint William? Yes, I'm asking. Yes, for
The appointment was already made.
So
that would require Dr. Bryant resigning from BIDA, so that then Dr. Martin Rogers could appoint somebody differently, which is why I asked whether or not there has been a resignation on record from Dr. Bryant from BIDA.
Okay.
Did you have something? Yeah, that's what I was just about. I was trying to see if there's anybody else in for council comments before there's a motion to remove it from the table.
Madam Mayor, I would make the motion to remove the item from the table.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The item that was tabled was the motion to appoint Dr. William Bryant to the Downtown Development Authority. The minutes reflect that Dr. Bryant is already on a constitutional authority, which is BIDA, and cannot serve on two constitutional authorities. And so I don't know if Dr. Bryant has indicated that he's going to be resigning from BIDA to take the DDA appointment, but it appears tonight that that action probably should not move forward until that has been clarified, but he's currently serving on BIDA. But there's a motion and a second on the floor. Those are my discussion before I call for the question. Discussion.
Yeah, I'll remove the motion.
The motion, the maker of the motion is asking to remove it. And all those in favor? All those opposed, motion carries. Other item, I don't see any other lights. Do we have executive session items from legal?
I have two.
Two legal? I meant litigate. So it's two legal. Do we have any from city manager? Do we have any from council?
Yes.
What is it, a real estate? Do we have, there's at least two personnel. Any other items from council? So far, we have one real estate, two legal, and two personnel.
Motion to adjourn into executive session for one real estate, two legal, two personnel.
So moved,
two
is there a
legal.
second? Been moved and properly second that we recess in executive session for one real estate, two legal, and two personnel. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. We ready? So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries in Hannah versus City of East Point. Motion to proceed as discussed in executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Attorney Wiggins, is it the Renee Group versus City of East Point or just the Renee Group? In the matter of the Renee Group versus City of East Point, motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. What you doing? What you gonna do? It's your. So you need to make that an effort. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All those opposed?
Abstain.
Councilman Martin Rogers abstains. Can I get a motion to approve executive session meeting minutes?
Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night, East Pointers.